794 है, ठीक है.
Hello guys, welcome to the last day number 9 for Norway Chess Classical 2023, and it's the last day, most exciting. How are you all doing, guys? Nishal says I'm the first one to chat. Yippee, hooray, array, kya baat hai? That's the vibe today, guys. Awesome. And the games are about to begin, but let me just very quickly show you the standings there for all those who do not know what has been happening. Here they are: Caruana on 16, Nakamura on 13 and a half, and the most amazing thing is they are playing against each other. So that is going to be an interesting game. Gukesh on 13 on number 3. If Gukesh wins in the classical game today, if he beats Wesley So, then he definitely has a good chance to come second. Depends on a lot other results as well, mainly Nakamura and Fabiano's result. But Anish is also on 11 and a half, Wesley on 11 and a half, Magnus on 10 and a half. These are the standings here which we have. Shall we now quickly also check the pairing, guys? Just a moment there, and there we have, and the games have begun. D4 by Wesley So, NF6, C4, E6. Are we going to see Nimzo Indian? By the way, I am going to put a poll for you as well, and we have a pinned message as well, which I'm going to talk in a moment. But what is the chat saying? Subramaniam says, go Gukesh. Because says, can you please suggest me some ways to play against the Sicilian? Yes, definitely. Sometime in the middle, I'll definitely tell you. Kejo says, this will be very exciting evening. Absolutely. And there we have E6, Knight F3, Ragozin maybe, D5 by Gukesh, and Knight goes to C3. So Wesley So definitely a very, very good preparation he usually comes up with. So this opening is going to be very important for Gukesh. Firstly, he is black, and Wesley will know that against Gukesh, if he goes in Armageddon, that is going to be very, very tough. Looking at all the results that Gukesh has beaten his opponents in Armageddon. So last round, and Wesley will try his best to out-prepare Gukesh. Wesley will try to come up with something which Gukesh will not be expecting. But can it happen? Also, we have seen Nadirbek trying to do the same, and Gukesh being able to answer it and face it on the board, simplifying it. So it's not even very easy to out-prepare Gukesh, and even if you do, Gukesh does find a way. So let's see, guys, what does Wesley have for the opening. Also, very quickly, let me take you that there is Hikaru versus Fabiano, and I am predicting a quick draw. In fact, Bishop C4, Knight F6, Knight G5. Oh, now what is this opening there? D5, they are going into this main line. What is the name of this opening? E takes D5, Knight A5, Bishop goes to B5. This is all main line, the theory. B takes C6, Bishop goes back to D3. And now Knight D5, intending Knight F4. And here Nakamura is thinking. Also, this knight was attacked. He goes back, Knight F3. Still in opening preparation. But let's quickly go to Gukesh as well. Wesley's thinking. Sometimes we do see that the opponents are prepared, but they take some time before making their moves. Fried liver, yes, epic killer, that's right, absolutely right. क्या ही नाम है? Don't know the history, but can definitely guess it's going to be something very exciting. Mohammed is very happy. He says, whoa, they played fried liver at top level. Absolutely. We can only eat fried liver, but they are playing fried liver. Maybe that's a bad joke. But Bishop D6 by Fabiano, and Nakamura will castle here, or maybe not, or maybe Knight C3. But this is interesting. Does anybody play in the chat this opening? Fried liver opening. We will keep a watch on this game because this is very important also to understand like Gukesh's standing. For that also this game will be important. And let me take you once again. Oh, it is going into what? Tarash or what? Knight c3, bishop e7, bishop f4 by Wesley, castle by Gukesh, e3 and c5. Wow, there we have. Now we must check this in Chessbase also. I'll be just putting the moves, but as of now, do you think Wesley is expecting this from Gukesh? Rakshit says Sagar Dubai चला गया क्या? Tarash symmetrical. Checkmate says heard this for the first time. So no, I haven't played. And c5 and Wesley is thinking. So let me quickly go through the moves here. Knight f3, d5, knight c3, bishop e7. And we will go to Chessbase 17. There you have the screen. Oops, video ko kya hua, but it's okay. Yes, there I am. That's fine now. So e6, knight c3, d5, knight f3, bishop e7, bishop f4. Did he first play castle? Yeah, he first played castle. Let's go to reference there. In fact, we don't need reference. We can see here. Yeah, castle. Gukesh goes castle. You can see 22,000 games have been played. This where what I'm showing you right now is Chessbase 17, and I'm using it with the mega database as well. So if you really want to improve and you're a serious chess player or want to become a serious chess player, you must check this out, guys. Link is in the description. He went e3, Wesley went e3, and look at this, it's absolute main line c5, 7,442 games. Who has played it from black? Carlsen, of course, Garry Kasparov, Caruana. Oops, maybe let me move the live board so that you can, yeah. And let me also move myself. Yeah, here you can see Carlsen, Caruana, Garry Kasparov, Kramnik, Nakamura. अपना अनीश नहीं दिखा अभी तक. Anish, who is generally everywhere. Funnily, I'm not finding Anish here. Okay, that is funny. Maybe Anand, Vishy Anand. Look at how many games by Vishy Anand. Let's check who is played from white. Oh, Carlsen has also played this from white. Caruana, Mamedero, Garry Kasparov, Aronian, and here you have Anish Giri. मिलना तो है ही उसको. Yes, Tarash symmetrical. I hate Tarash. Very boring. Tarash. So this is Tarash over here, and after c5, Wesley is thinking. Wesley, did he play? Yeah, no, he made a move. Let me just quickly update a move here. Wesley goes d takes c5. He follows the main line, and here Gukesh continues with non-bishop c5, which is the main move, absolute main move, but he goes knight c6. So you can see the difference. 6,000 games with bishop c5 and 224 games with knight c6, and that's what Wesley has played. Now let's check who has played it. Dubois has played it. That is World Blitz and Rapid, so we even might have his video, I'm not sure, but Dubois has played, Short has played, and Spassky, Believsky. Quite a classic line, yeah. It's like an old line, an ancient. For now, maybe we can call it ancient, that kind of a line. But this is what Gukesh has played. Question is Wesley thinking? No, Wesley is not thinking much. He very quickly continues with. Let me just continue one moment. He quickly continues with knight c takes d5. Gukesh goes knight takes d5, knight takes d5, e takes d5. So lot of exchanges, and finally Black is having an isolated pawn. This is the IQP over here. White continues with bishop d3 and Gukesh gives a check to the king. Mind you, black doesn't have the knight on f6, so he should definitely be a little more careful for this h7 point there. So queen a5 check. This I must go back to chess base once again and understand how the opening has been played before. Did Sagar meet Nimai? Who is Nimai? I will ask him. Okay, here c takes d5. You can see this has been played. E takes d5. No, Gukesh actually did not play e takes d5. He played knight d5 and only 7 games on move number 8. Only 7 games. Knight takes d5. Knight takes d5. That too, all 2400s, 2000 to 2400s. Nobody above 2400. So e takes d5, and here Wesley continued with bishop d3, queen a5 check. They are still following 2 games, not very top players, but yes, 2 games have happened. One with queen d2 and one with knight d2. Wesley is thinking though. So in a way, can we say that we have an original position, guys? Can we say that? Let's come back here and let's move our live board back. Oops. क्या किया? Got it. कुछ तो मैंने गलत move किया, but that's fine. Okay, everything is set. Is Sagar still in Nagpur? No, Sagar is not in Nagpur. He is back and he would be joining us today definitely at some point. They reached middle game in no time. Siddhant asks, why did Gukesh opt for the isolated pawn? Let's try to understand, Siddhant. Let's try to understand. So queen a5 check, and white, we have seen 2 games, one with knight d2, one with queen d2. Wesley has an option to play both. Now with white, let's say if you go knight d2 and you have not yet developed, black recovers the pawn here on c5, queen takes c5 there. White most probably will continue with castle, and we might go in this kind of a position. The bishop has to develop, but g4 is controlled with the queen. Maybe knight b4 incoming, maybe bishop e6, rook c8. All these ideas are definitely there, but he must take care of h7. This is one point we will reach with the queens on the board. So white queen can jump to h5, and this looks exciting for white to keep the queens on the board. Suppose he exchanges the queen with queen d2, knight d2, and then black can jump in to attack this bishop on d3, the light square bishop. And what do? Guys, a question for all of you. If you go bishop b1 here, then black to play, find a good move. First question for the day. This is Wesley versus Gukesh, the last round, the most important round. And we are all cheering for Gukesh. Nimai, okay, I will definitely ask Sagar. The chat's candidates are knight a6, bishop c5, bishop f6. All of these are your candidates. Bishop c5 to recover the pawn. That is something you might think. Yes, I mean it's a playable move. Knight a6 so that you want to capture with this knight here. Maybe that's your idea. And bishop d6 can challenge. So not the best idea. But all those who said bishop f6, that is absolutely right. Bello Gulabi, Anmol, Abhigyan, Bikash, Avinash, Kille, Siddhant, yeah, exactly. So bishop f6, and there you are attacking the b2 pawn, and surprisingly, you cannot defend this guy there. There is nobody to come for the rescue of this guy. So that is the move. Bishop f6, a good move. That's why that would be a mistake. By the way, queen d2 has happened in the game. He went for queen d2. Wesley is not afraid of queen exchange. That's a good understanding he has shown right now. Queen d2 was clearly a better move than knight d2. He goes queen d2, takes, and Wesley is thinking because he can take with the king, and he actually is able to complete his development. His rook is going to jump into c1 to defend the pawn. So Gukesh will need to capture the pawn quickly. And this is a position we might enter into where Gukesh has this IQP. And for white, it's like 2 pawn islands. For Gukesh, it will be 3 pawn islands. So definitely that is something he will be slightly on the defending side. Double bishop with both of them. So majorly the development is coming for white very, very quickly, and another advantage is his king is going to be in the center. So that is the reason that Wesley will have this slight initiative, and this is quite Wesley like position. Also, we know Gukesh loves complexities. Gukesh also loves to attack, but this is not the position where he might be able to create those kind of complexities. So let's see what happens here. So in a way, Wesley is pretty safe in the opening, we can say. Queens are off. Yeah, queens are traded. Himang says, according to CB India Instagram poll, 51% people say Gukesh will beat Wesley. 14% say Wesley will beat Gukesh. And 35% mention it will be a draw. Okay, that means draw to ho hi nahi sakta. If that is a poll about a final result, then it's anyway Armageddon, and maybe it is for classical game. Yeah, classical game, the fair result based on the opening should be a draw. But we have to see. For that, Gukesh will have to find some important moves because it's not easy to face Wesley with this slight disadvantage in a way. By the way, guys, we have a pinned message there. Help Global Chess League Instagram page reach 1000 likes. They are at somewhere 750, 42, some number I forgot. I'm bad at remembering numbers and names, but they're very close to reaching 1000. Maybe 340 people in the chat. So maybe if a few of you have not followed the page, do follow it. They will have a lot of interesting stuff there, all the updates which maybe until now nobody knows. So just wanted to let you know. What if knight d2? Yeah, knight d2, exactly, we were looking at knight d2, knight b4, and this bishop is attacked, and white will actually need to say that, okay, I am ready to part away with this bishop. So this should be equal. This should definitely be equal because black has a double bishop here. So that should be equal. So queen d2 has been played, and that's the reason Wesley is thinking, because he knows knight b4 is in the air. For king d2, if Gukesh goes knight b4, now it is not as powerful at all. This bishop can move because bishop f6 is no more a big threat. So bishop moves away with ideas like a3 and c6, and if you take bishop takes c5, then this rook jumps in, attacking the c5 guy over here. Where is the bishop going to go? If he goes back, maybe if he goes back bishop b6, trying to cover this guy over here, then finally white to play and find a winning move. Because says, will you come to Kolkata for Tata Steel in November? Yes, Kolkata for sure. Yes, Sentinel, Fire Ladder, Fire Lion. क्या पढ़ रही हूँ मैं? अभिज्ञान, checkmate. Bishop d6, and there you have a double attack winning material. By the way, few moves have happened in the game, in the chat. He played king d2, Wesley played king d2, and Gukesh played bishop c5. Guys, one thing we have forgotten, and what's that? What is one more difference which we have not at all pointed out? Rakshit, the mathematician, says only 20% of the viewers have liked the stream. Exactly. Guys, today is the last day for Norway Chess Classical. It's the 9th day. All of you have been watching these streams for all 8 days. So thank you so much for that. And आज अगर गुकेश जीतेगा तो मज़ा ही आ जाएगा. With black, if he wins, he might in live rating also he might get into top 10, world top 10. So that is one change which can happen. And the second thing is, here in this tournament he gets a great chance to finish second. So let's cheer for Gukesh. And he is playing a player of Wesley's caliber. So it's not, that too with black, that too queens are traded, that too Wesley is prepared. So it's not going to be easy. Gukesh's time, exactly, Lokesh, exactly. If you look at the time here, that's 1 hour 58 minutes to Gukesh and 1 hour 41 minutes to Wesley. That means what Gukesh has chosen to go into is a preparation. So even if it is slightly worse for him, he is well prepared. He knows how to get out of it. He knows how to equalize. So that definitely counts for something. Now Wesley is thinking almost going towards a 20-minute difference, and Wesley knows that he does have this light initiative, and it has to be very, very strategic play, good planning for white. And that's one thing which all of you have to imagine, that you guys are playing the last round of this tournament. How are you going to think? How are you going to think for white here? Time pass says Wesley never loses. Fabi said yesterday that he would trust Wesley more with not losing than himself. Because yes, I will come. Our team will be there. Siddhant says I would aim for a draw and take my chances as black in Armageddon. He is too solid in classical. Definitely. So maybe this has been Gukesh's choice actually, that if he knows how to hold this, then Armageddon will be quite preferable as black to go for. Rook c1. So I have a few moves by the chat here. Rook a c1 has been suggested. a3 has also been suggested. a3 then b4 says Beloglavi. Rook a c1. Rook. So a3 taking over the b4 square and also b4. So that is something you guys are really liking, rook c1 and a3. But I would definitely ask, when you're thinking of rook c1, then the first question that comes is to move rook from h1, because if you are planning a3 before, then this rook will also be useful over there. So maybe we should see rook c1. Now this is a threat, bishop attack ho gaya hai, and you need to find a good square for the bishop. Maybe a few of you wanted to play a3 also to take away the ideas with bishop b4 check. This bishop has a decision to make on which diagonal it must stay. And looking at this, if you give a check, which does seem like okay, you get yourself out of that zone. So bishop b4 check, king goes to e2, and now finally a3 is going to come as a tempo. So black plans to maybe develop this bishop. Bishop g4 looks natural. Yeah, you're pinning this knight and you will have all sorts of ideas with d4, maybe opening the e file as well. But white can simply attack this bishop on h5, and if you play bishop h5, then you have nothing to worry about while going g4. There are no queens on the board. So g4 बिंदास आ सकता है, and that's why it's not very powerful. But if you give up your bishop with bishop takes f3, king takes f3, then white will not just have double bishop, but also the isolated pawn, also very active rooks and quick pawn storm over there, maybe even bishop b5. So all of this doesn't sound very good to give up that bishop. So maybe bishop b4 doesn't look really a good idea. The best idea might be to simply retreat back to keep it on e7 and make white think what he wants to do. That sounds like the plan. And all of you have suggested a3 b4 as the plan, which looks surely something to worry about for black, because you want to take the control of the c file. You are getting space on the queen side when you're pushing the pawns. So I think you guys are right. a3 and b4 is definitely something to worry about. Well, Wesley is a positional player, so if Armageddon happens, then Gukesh can win, as Wesley is not an attacking player, says Vishwa. No, I think Wesley is definitely a universal player. I mean, he's very, very strong in everything. He might choose positional play, strategic play, but not at all weak or anything when it comes to attack or defense. Possible line can be a3, d4, e4. Okay, you are suggesting a3. By the way, rook ac1 has been played. So Wesley decides to go for the move you guys had suggested. Which rook? ये या ये में से उसने a वाला चूज किया है. ये h और a में से he has chosen the a rook. What? I'm wondering what is his plan with this rook. I mean, I figured out, but have you guys figured out what he might want to do with the h1 rook? Why not knight g5 plans as white? Asks Ujan. We will check that. If you go knight g5 over here, I know that you want to attack the h7 pawn, but it's a threat also. So good that you considered it. But did you also consider your opponent's move? h6. He's also giving a threat. And where is the knight going to go now? The knight goes back to f3, and what did you achieve? You achieved nothing. You in fact gave a nice move which was supposed to be a prophylactic move for black later to save the king from his back rank, and here black to play find a good move so that black will not face as many troubles. h4, h5, h6. Acha, white say, oh, well, I don't think that would be the plan, h4, h5, h6, because for h4 black will have h5 and then the bishop will go to g4. He wants to take the rook to d1 and the isolated pawn is there on d5. So that sounds like the plan that you decide कि दोनों रुक कहाँ जाएंगे. It's like when you are studying, you decide कि आगे जाके बेटा US जाके MS करेगा, for example. So that is that you've decided the career for this rook, and then you are deciding for this rook कि भाई ये artist बनेगा, open file पे कुछ तो करेगा, that kind of a thing. So you know, when you're moving one rook, you also must know where the other rook is planning to go. Yes, wow, lovely. Senthil, Siddhant and Yugant, well done guys. Very few people got it. It was not an easy move, but d4, because black had the isolated pawn and you are trying to dissolve. So whenever you have IQP, you must look out for the ideas whenever you can push the pawn and dissolve as well. In this case, this was definitely a weakness there. So d4, if takes, then this king here can become absolutely weak. Just a simple takes if I must show you. So d4 is a very powerful move there, and if you say no, I cannot take, I cannot open, and I play e4, there still black, and if black is Gukesh, then definitely he will consider a move like f5, still trying to open up the position with the king on the center. And if a move like e5 is played, black to play, find the best move. What is IQP? Isolated queen's pawn. Yeah, it's an isolated pawn. So what is isolated pawn? A pawn which doesn't have any pawn on the adjacent files, that is an isolated pawn. And when you have a queen pawn which is isolated, that is called as IQP, because that comes number of times and it has some typical features basically for IQP. That's the reason IQP is a very famous. You will find a lot of books with the chapters name IQP. तूने क्यों पी मुझे नहीं पता, बट या दैट्स द सेंथिल, आराध्य, कीबोर्ड, चैतन्य, नॉर्मी, अमित, ऋतिक, नरेंद्र, विकास, आर्किंजल, ईशान, नाइट बोर्ड भी, अरे क्या बात है, अमेजिंग, एंड युगंत, वेल डन गाइज. आफ्टर e5, yes, this guy on f4 has been grounded. He doesn't have anywhere to go except g3, but then f4 and you are trapping a piece. So these are all the ideas to just make you understand with the king in the center how if white doesn't follow up with the whole plan, then it can also get messy, and one move can make all the difference there. One waste move can make all the difference. So Wesley is high alert. He cannot do anything like that. That too against a player like Gukesh. So bishop c5 has been played. Rook a7, and once again Gukesh goes back. Bishop e7. How much time did I think? Less than a minute. Less than 60 seconds. And Wesley has been thinking since 5 minutes. The difference now is 27 minutes. Now, this is definitely an achievement by by Gukesh. After this tournament, which tournament Gukesh will play? I'm not sure if there is anything in the meantime, but I guess it should be GCL for everyone. Guys, we have the pinned message that helped the Global Chess League Instagram page reach 1000 likes. I don't know how much they have right now currently, but have you guys liked it? If not, do check that out. A lot of updates, lot of interesting updates happening. Checkmate not, it says I improved my board readings. That means you're saying notations while commentating moves in streams. Array, that is interesting. That's a very good feedback, Checkmate. Chaitanya says white's always queen's pawn that ends up being isolated, because many times center in chess is very important. So we generally try कि यार मेरे को center में आना है. White will say कि मेरे को center में आना है. I want center control, you want center control. So it's all a fight for center control. And after all of these challenges and exchanges, एक बंदा रह जाता है और बोलता है ठीक है ना, I am controlling the center. So he is okay to be alone there, but he doesn't want to give up the center. He wants that center control for his army there. So he is like the captain. Keshav says Wesley is the more prepped one usually, but seems like Gukesh is the one today fully prepared looking at the time he has taken. Absolutely. So this is an interesting, so opening wise we can say, because looking at Gukesh's time we can definitely say he's prepared. He has not gone into something which has been tremendously dangerous for him, and that means mostly he might be able to hold it with black. And if he is able to hold a classical game with black, then yeah, Armageddon seems like a good thing to go for with black. By the way, what's happening with fried liver, guys? So there, bishop d6, castle was played, knight went to f4, rook, he goes knight c3, knight takes d3, black is having a double bishop advantage, plus this guy, okay, that is the only way he can develop, but that's a good way, not a problem. Castle there by black, b3, rook e8, rook e1, c5, bishop a3. You can see the isolated pawns here. 1, 2, 2 isolated pawns already for black. And what are the isolated pawns in this position for white? Can you tell me? मुकुल से सागर सर को आमरस पसंद है? नहीं. He loves to eat fruits as they are in their original form. D3 and D2 says Senthil. Yes, absolutely right. Anand, no, that's not only D3 but also D2. Mukul, right. Narendra, yes. It's 2 pawns here. Both, we call them a double isolated pawn. So these are the double isolated pawn. That too on the open file. So double isolated on the open file are definitely quite weak there. So bishop a3, knight c6, and look at the square. Oh my god. It is such a beautiful place for the knight. Too good. Knight goes to e4 and black is thinking, Fabiano right now is thinking what to do. But still, they are in the preparation. Games have happened in this line before. In fact, bishop f8 is one of the main moves there. Maybe Fabiano also has phenomenal preparation. So last round, he's going to make sure that it's so important. Pura tournament he's been leading. Imagine if he loses in the classical game, he's second. Because Nakamura is on 13.5 and Nakamura will get 3 points and he will go 16.5. So definitely that is something Caruana will try to take care कि इतना मेहनत के बाद it's so close, and with black he would not want to lose. So knight e4 has been played. Nakamura has 1 hour 55 minutes and Caruana is thinking he's having 1 hour 28 minutes. So he goes bishop f8, now attacks the d3 pawn over there, but c5 is already being attacked. Can you play knight c5 over here right now? Not a good idea. And why so? That is also not so easy, black to play. Do you want to attempt? या जाने देना है? कहूँ तुम्हारे बस की बात नहीं या कहूँ कि तुम्हारे बस की बात है? Your answers will say it. Prabhanjan says Anish's game is quite funny. Was Mamedaro successful in taking Anish out of preparation is a big question. Chess learnings, yeah, I did not come. But I heard the tournament was very, very exciting. Did you play? Bishop c5, queen b6, queen d5. Bishop c5, how come? You're just giving a bishop, right? What's your plan? Even if you take the pawn here, white had recovered this pawn, so he will go b4, and it's a fine position. Number of ways to continue. Rook e3 is also an option. So that, not bishop c5. The move is very difficult here actually, black to play, trying to, he's given up the pawn, but there is a pin there. Let's not forget that. Bishop g4, you are pinning this knight. That is quite a tough move there. What do you have? If you go h3, then the whole point is to take control of this square, which we were looking at is like, wow, ये तो क्या ही, यहाँ से तो क्या ही, मतलब कितना कुछ family 4 की तरफ जा रहा है. You will have to go back queen d1. And then finally, oh, maybe a good point to ask the final winning move for black. Find a good move for black. A winning move for black. Okay, you did not play. Got it. Isn't queen a5 also not? No, queen a5 is not winning. I thought queen c1 and queen b2. If you might think rook c8, but then there is b4, defending, attacking, and yeah, this saves you. Not like it looks. But not queen a5 here. The move is, wow, nobody finds. चलो उठो जागो, क्या कर रहे हो guys? Black to play. Find a good move, find a best move. Yeah, it's like guys, this is the last round for all these players. It's like जो भी 10th 12th में थे उनके लिए लास्ट पेपर है ये, जो भी PhD कर रहे हैं उनके लिए लास्ट थीसिस है ये. All of it, it's like the last thing. You know you have achieved your 99% of the process is done, and this is the last game. You still have to be on your toes. You need to bring out that energy. Queen d5 is another suggestion by guys, and I like it that you guys are so honest. कोई engine नहीं use कर रहा है. Very very proud of you. Once again, let me just tell you, yes, it is a pin. It looks nice, but यार b4 आ रहा है. White has nothing to worry there. The whole point here is knight b5. Attack this bishop very quickly. That is the right move. Knight b5, guys. Knight b5. Narendra Pandey is the only one who found a move, I guess. Yes. Well done, Narendra. You attack this bishop, and if bishop goes here, there is a5. So this would be crushing. Well, they are playing an interesting game. If rook c1 f5, let's quickly go to. So this is Hikaru's game, and Hikaru's advantage is, oh my god, Caruana has made a bad move. f5 is a mistake. And for what reason? By the way, what is happening in Gukesh's game then? This becomes very important. After rook a7, bishop e7, a long thought, and Wesley played bishop b5, threatening to win a pawn here. Gukesh is finally starting to use his time. He's thought 5 minutes already. He is thinking, but you must defend a c6 knight, that is sure, and you can also develop bishop d7. So bishop d7 looks like the move here for black. Let's see what, maybe Gukesh will play this move. But going to Fabiano's game, because it is very very critical, and just right now we were talking about for Fabi how he has been leading, and this last game is important because if he loses this classical game, he will finish second. After all the work, after all the hard work, he will be second. Oh my god. So rook c1. Now what's wrong with f5? Firstly, knight c5 was threatened by white, by Nakamura. So why has he gone for f5? Because anyway knight c5 was supposed to happen. What is Fabi having in his mind? Queen d5 was the move many of you had suggested last time. In this case, if you go queen d5, yes, this is still a pin, but you know you were having this knight d4, knight g4 ideas, which are no more. You were having bishop g4 pinning there, taking this knight and jumping to d4. That is also still not there. So what is Fabi's idea? Whoa, guys, why has he liked this so much? There is no bishop b7 as well. Is there e4? Maybe. Is there e4 after knight takes e5, queen d5? First question is, what can white play? Even a move like queen c2. Let's say you don't have e4 anymore. Well. Going to get very tough for Fabi. If Caruana loses, Gukesh must win to equalize 16 points, says SP. Yeah, if Caruana loses, then for sure Hikaru is first, Caruana is second, and what is the tiebreak, guys? What is the tiebreak? Do they have any direct encounter? Because then Gukesh has beaten Caruana. Also, this position with black for Gukesh is technically, let's not say that this can be winning for black. At least as of now, with the position. Madhukara says, yes. Acha, direct encounter is there. Huh? Rakshit says, but I understood what Fabi missed. Okay, what did he miss, Rakshit? Please explain us. After knight c5, Fabi wants to go queen a5 so that there is no queen c1, right? He missed knight g5 because of h6. Over here what he would have thought is knight c5 is not possible, but there is knight g5, so that firstly if you take queen takes a3, whoa, that's a very good move. Queen h5, and look at this double attack. Wow, that's a nice variation. And if h6 you have queen takes e8, after h takes g5, though black will have two pieces for the rook right now as it seems, but as we know, we have to keep calculating until the forced moves are there in the game. Exchanges, captures are there. So queen takes c6 and white is an exchange up. So that is definitely a possible miss for f5. But do you think for Fabi, this calculation shouldn't be so hard? I mean, like a player who's calculated such crazy combinations, who has been completely on his toes, maybe the pressure got to him, or maybe he just underestimated white's position. Who knows? f5. Okay, for knight c5, what else does Fabi have in order to create any play? Something like f4 with the idea of bishop g4 if he tries, but there is always h3. So yeah, if you think about it, Hikaru over here, if he realizes that yes, knight c5 is powerful, he is going to be in a very happy mood. Yes, Rakshit, I definitely got that, even if you wouldn't tell me. But that was a good one. No, that was a very good variation pointed out by Rakshit. It's okay, guys. We are going to be looking at engine, not in a way where everything is about engine. We will try to figure out how we are thinking. Of course, all the kids know using engine. Not at all. Because anyway, that is not going to help you to grow as a chess player. So, unless you really are sure that you don't want to be a good chess player, you can use engine. If you're sure. Or it's anyway going to be the other way. If you're going to be using engine and answering here, then maybe I will assure you you're not going to be a good chess player. Sorry to say, but yeah, that's going to be true. Clara says, don't forget that Gukesh is second and Wesley is first, but only 0.25 points differ from them in the FIDE circuit. Okay, let's go to, we have to check other games also. By the way, bishop d7 has been played by Gukesh. What about Anish Giri? Okay, weird opening there. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c. Not at all, actually, Rai Lopez. Oh, Mamedarov goes knight g e7. Now that's not the most important line. If you say a6 with thousands of game, knight e7 is quite rare in that sense. And d4 by Anish. How much time does he think? 5 minutes. He just goes by the logic. Yes, if black has gone his knight to e7, not recommended, blocked his bishop, just simply go for the central break. Takes, queen takes. Knight goes to c6, queen e3. Why does it give me a flavor of Scotch over here? I mean, not that Scotch, but yeah, really, queen e3. Bishop e7, and Anish goes for castle. Castle, knight c3. There you have the d5 square. Rook, knight b4. Knight c2 is the threat with the fork. Oh, what did I do? Yeah, knight b4. Queen goes back to d2. He defends it. Why did he go queen d2? And why did he not go queen e2? Really not sure. He doesn't like the queen in this file with the ideas of d5. Or maybe even d5 immediately, or what? Or here maybe not. Here it's a little too early. Here it's a blunder. Is it? Guys, look at this calculation. I guess only those who know Scotch actually understood the joke. By the way, that's a nice bottle gifted to Sagar from his friend Vishnu, Raghavi and Vishnu. So it says GM Vishnu's Chess Club. That's in Chennai. And, arey, what a coincidence. Vishnu has worked with Gukesh for so many years. That's amazing. Okay, so guys, white to play. अरे moves तो बताओ. White to play इधर. D5 not a good move. अभी तुम लोगों ने moves नहीं बताए, so you lost your chance right now. And the main question was after takes. Queen takes e7, and you might think that you're winning a piece, but the point is you're not winning a piece because your opponent can also capture your own piece, but you might surely be winning a pawn. So that's over there. That is what could have happened. But c6, he played queen d2, c6, bishop went to e2, and that's why maybe he kept the square free for the bishop going back to e2. Maybe if he wants to go anything like f4, I'm not sure. a5 by Mamedaro, and Anish is thinking right now what to do. Could well kick the knight away because the knight will have to go to a6. Okay, what about Aryan Tari and Firuza? To have a look, yeah, it's quite an unclear game. Slight edge for white. Nakamura is still thinking for f5. Bishop d7. Wesley is thinking. And what about our Magnus Carlsen? What is he doing? Magnus Carlsen has exchanged queens. And what was the opening? Oh my god! There we have, guys, the most exciting opening. Petroff Defense. And I cannot do Sagar's mimicry as well as Anish does it. But yeah, knight e5 and Petroff there, d6. Oh Magnus, you had this chance to go knight f7. Why did you not play that? He goes knight f3, knight e4, d3, d4. All theory there, queen e2. Okay, castle is the main move. Queen e2, bishop e6, knight g5 attacking the e6 bishop, queen e7, and very quickly one minor piece has been exchanged. c3 by Carlsen, castle, though this pawn came to e6 and became a backward pawn. In return, black gets a nice open file there. Castle, e5 break in the center. This pawn was supposed to have a simple life here, but after going to e6, it suddenly has now become very ambitious. So e5 takes, queen takes, bishop takes, and the queens got exchanged. And the main imbalance you quickly observe is that white is having the king side pawn majority 3 against 2, and black is having the queen side pawn majority 4 against 3. And they still following a game Baccarat versus Acobian. Carlsen goes g3. Now that was a new move. Rook a8, the e file is it with Norderbeck, but there is no entry here. No entry. So rook e8, c6, a4 by Carlsen. Carlsen has no plans to get this guy out. He's like, तू टेंशन मत ले यार, रिलैक्स कर, तेरा भी टाइम आएगा. a4, a5. Black doesn't want any ideas like over here after a4, a5, a6, and attacking the base of the pawn chain. So he himself goes a5, and Carlsen goes rook b1, completely still on trying to open the queen side files there. Knight g4 played by Mamedaro, and Carlsen is thinking right now, can Carlsen go b4? If you ask that question, then a takes b4, c takes b4, And wow, black to play, guys. That is Mamedaro's idea. Black to play over here. Checkmate says I used to play Scotch and I lost 6 games in a row. Yeah, Scotch can get very ugly. Yes, absolutely well done. Guys, थोड़ा tough question है इसके लिए, maybe not as speedy moves like every time, but I will try to ask some easy questions also in the coming moments. Vishwa, Madhukar, Dharmishtha, Devin, Normi, Yugant, Hari, Anirudh, Checkmate, Chaitanya, Ishan. Well done. Rook f3. There you go. The sack king f3. And there you have the fork. You win this h2 pawn. The king goes back and you take this rook. So that is the idea of knight g4. In a way, there is rook f3 and knight h2 incoming. So Carlsen is thinking time to move this knight away to d4 maybe. Also can threaten knight f5. So yeah, all these are the ideas. Let's go to Gukesh's game. Wesley was thinking, he's thinking since quite a long time. Oh my god, Wesley is thinking since 11 minutes. So if you look at the time difference, Gukesh is 35 minutes up in this endgame. Then Wesley. Wow. So 35 minutes up. So will that intimidate Wesley? Not sure. Because here white to play. Let's try to understand this and analyze. Amal says, one request when you're answering chat, can you at least have Gukesh's game on the screen? Also, let's focus more on Gukesh's game. No, I think we are focusing specially on Gukesh's game, Amal. But Wesley has been thinking for quite a long time and we also have the live board over there. So I am very, very alert for that. So don't you worry. We definitely do not want to miss this game at all. But we also had to check, as it's the last round and we have been following all the games, what has been happening in the openings and everywhere in other games as well. By the way, one last time, Nakamura versus Fabiano. After f5, Nakamura has also been thinking and that's quite a long time. He must play knight c5 to get a very, very big advantage there with Fabiano. So here, Gukesh, what is Wesley going to think? Guys, for white, what are the moves you guys are suggesting? King e2, says Sentil. Yes, with the idea of rook d1, that is what something you want to play. And maybe let's try to come up with the plans. I will ask you, don't tell me one move. Maybe better is that you tell me in only one line, only in one comment, where you want this rook to be, where you want the a8 rook to be, if you want to move the pawns, if you want this bishops to be somewhere else. So tell me the place where you want your pieces to be. So it's like a whole plan there for black. Can you suggest? And for white as well. Both. For anybody. For whoever you like the position. Or you think, for whoever you think it's difficult to find it. So not one move, but more like where you want your pieces to be. Chaitanya says, I started playing a year ago and I am 1650 plus rapid online. That's cool, that's cool. Medan Sagar is at home. Rook on e8, rook on b8, says Pranab. Rook f d8, rook a c8 and bishop f6 is Madhukar. Okay, that looks cool. Anirudh says rook f d8, rook a c8 for black and king e2, rook a d1 for white. Okay. Checkmate noted says bishop e4, then rook d8, pin the pawn and knight d4 check. So you want to go bishop b4, then rook d8, pin the pawn. Which pin the pawn? Maybe you want to pin this pawn or what? Rook e8 with rook e8 so that the king is on e2 and then try to go something like that. Maybe, if I understand correctly. Okay, most of you for sure want to go this rook on c8 and this rook on d8. That's what you imagine your rooks to be at, right? And now bishop e6 for Vishwa. You're saying bishop wants, you want it to be on e6. So what I'm also seeing is you would love to place your bishops not here on e7 and d7, but maybe at least f6, e6, rooks on d8, c8. There you go. You guys are coming up with the plan. Pawn on h6 there. Knight के बारे में किसी ने कुछ भी सोचा? ब्लैक नाइट g4, बाप रे बाप काफ़ी लंबी कहानी है. नाइट g4, that's where you want a knight, बराबर on g4. Why so? I mean, I understand if you say e4 or c4. That is one of the feature when you have an isolated pawn. And what is that? The isolated pawn is defending, is controlling these two nice squares which are in the open file, and generally they are the outposts for your knight. So that is the idea. So bishop d7 there has been played by Gukesh. Wesley is thinking, and let's try to check your plans. Rook d1 with the idea of king e2, and now you guys are saying rook a c8, king e2. Let's say after king e2 you do not have time to play a move like rook f d8 because you will lose a pawn. Aaya samajh mein? So you cannot do that. So you will need to insert a move. If you go bishop e6 to defend a pawn, then the knight will jump in to attack the bishop, and you might have to again ask, are you okay to give up the double bishop advantage to white? That would be definitely one more question to ask. Or is there anything else in between? An intermezzo. How do you find intermezzos, guys? कैसे सोचते हो intermezzo के बारे में? Generally, what are the intermezzo moves? What helps you to consider the intermezzo moves? What is that intermezzo? Says Ujjan. Intermezzo is the intermediate move. Like, let's say your piece or pawn, your opponent is attacking, giving a threat, direct threat कि कुछ हो रहा है करके, and you're calculating, and instead of defending this pawn you do something else, and that is the intermediate move in between. So generally what are the intermezzos? Yes, exactly, normie. That's checks or threats. Basically it is a counter-attacking move, and it can be a check or anything. So here exactly how you guys found it. Well done, guys. A6 is an intermezzo move where you do not get to follow up with your plan of taking the pawn because b5 is attacked and the bishop needs to move. If the bishop goes back to d3, then you block the attack anyway. And if you go to bishop a4, then black to play and find a good move. Not, let's say, let me not give any hints. Black to play, find a good move. Ooh, acha, counter attack. Yes, Pranab. Counter attack. The in between moves. Absolutely, Chaitanya. Intermezzo. Ha 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 ha. I like it. I knew it कि तुम लोग अब भी ट्रैप होने वाले हो. I knew it. जाल में फंस गए. So, Senthil, Pranav, Anirudh, Ujan, well done. And Madhukar, Pranav, Nathaniel, knight d4 check. Now this was not an easy move because what seems like for an instant is rook d4 and defense against the a4 bishop, but you have this. First you can take here. If you take here, then there is rook c1, you win the rook, and if rook takes c8, once again if you take rook c8, it's lost, you lose a piece. But what we know is intermezzo, an intermediate move which is a counter attack. Here it is a check, so bishop b5 check, and then you can take the rook. But the calculation should not end there, because after rook c8, what as I say ki try to end your calculation with your opponent's move, and when you think here for your opponent, you still would love to consider that you're winning the pawn. So rook takes d5. By the way, mind you, Wesley is still thinking he's not made a move and the calculation must go on. And if you are alert, you definitely know that you have wonderful, lovely double bishop over there, and this can get good compensation for you. Not easy to assess at all, but I wanted to show you this variation as it is extremely interesting. If you go g3, it's a blunder. What a unusual pin. Unusual, completely unusual pin. There we have. I would still not end my calculation over here, guys, because of the move which needs to be considered, and which is a counter attack, rook d4, attacking b4, and black to play. How does he save himself? Black to play. अरे वन मूव चेकमेट. सब फटाफट आंसर करने लगे. अनिरुद्ध, देवेन, नॉर्मी, ग्रोप्री, मोहम्मद, चैतन्य, हैकर, चेकमेट, देवेन, मधुकर, भावेश, सेंटिल, टाइम पास, नॉट यूट्यूबर, Pranab, Isha, Arjun, Bishop f3 is a very cool mate. There we have. Okay, so that was a lot of understanding for us about, what can happen. But one thing we definitely realize is after Bishop d7, if Rook d1, then Gukesh can go Rook c8, and for King e2, he has this nice move a6. That is a very cool move there. So this is, I think Gukesh is very well prepared, and I don't think he is going to land up in any trouble. He is having 50 minutes more than Wesley. Man, this definitely already deserves Guki OP. I mean, to get so much time difference with black pieces, such an opening preparation, hats off. That is first achievement in its own for today's game. Yeah, what about Naka? Did he play? Oh, he takes knight c5. How much time did he take? He thought for 22 minutes and he's taken knight c5, and Caruana already has been thinking for 8 minutes. Caruana is in big trouble. Most critical game for Caruana, even a draw would work. But imagine he makes a move which changes the entire perception of the position. This position which an Indian was saying equal, maybe equal 0.1, 0.3, suddenly it's like +2. So that huge advantage for a white. Maybe a weak Indian is saying +3. So crazy, absolutely crazy. Let's go to Anish's game. He went all. What is his queen doing? Queen goes back to d1. This queen's journey has been queen d4, queen e3, queen d2, queen d1. पूरी दुनिया घूम के घर वापस. पर क्यों? Why is this queen acting like me? Okay, but queen d1. And Anish wants to develop this bishop, and he thinks that b3 is not a good idea to allow bishop f6 and pin. So he goes back queen d1, and now he's going to go bishop e3 or bishop f4. That is his idea. So this move is fine. Still it's fine. It's like भूल गए कि कभी ये queen develop भी हुई थी. What about a3 instead of queen b1? Yeah, I definitely liked a3. I really don't know why Anish did not play a3, because it was pretty forcing for the knight to go back. And now the queen can move. Queen can move to f4 over here with the idea of bishop e3. But though the queen on f4 looks slightly weird, but it can go to g3 as well. So definitely I completely agree. So queen d1, did he play? No. Wesley has gone down to 59 minutes. Can they actually arise to 1 hour difference? If Wesley thinks for another 9 minutes, he has been thinking since 25 minutes. Now that's not a very healthy amount of time to think. But maybe what Wesley does is he thinks only once over here and plans everything what to do with his pieces, and the next moves he might be playing very fast. So that could be his plan. What about Magnus? Oh, after knight g4, Magnus moved the knight to d4, and Mamedaro quickly jumps in with the other knight to c5. Magnus is thinking over here what to do. This bishop is attacked, so definitely it needs to move. Bishop f5 looks pretty strong, attacking the knight on g4. So bishop f5. He also has bishop c2 because a4 is attacked too. So that's why Magnus is thinking. Guys, should I put a poll here as well? What do you think? What will happen? By the way, guys, please check out the pinned message. Help Global Chess League Instagram page reach 1000 likes, and there we have the link. A lot of updates upcoming there, so do check it out. And currently, can somebody update how many people have liked the page? Pranab says Anish and Alireza need to draw or lose if Gukesh needs to finish on podium. But generally we never, the way when the games go on, we never ever look for who should lose. We always are only going to look at whether we can win or not. Okay, what should be the poll? Gukesh's result. Gukesh. In classical. Yeah, if it goes to Armageddon, we'll have a new poll. Okay, there we have the poll for you guys. Why is Wesley thinking so much in a queenless middle game? Wait. Okay, 52% 51% is thinking Armageddon after a draw and 43% Gukesh beats Wesley. ठीक है चलो देखते हैं. Yeah, why is Wesley's timer stopped? No, it's going on. 55. Yes, it is coming very, very close to 1 hour difference. Man, this is crazy. What was your question? Bishop f6, right? Bishop f6 with the idea of attacking. So if rook d1, and then if here you go bishop f6, trying to attack the b2 pawn. Now that is a good question. At every moment here, strategy is going to be a key. What all things are going to involve in strategy in this endgame? Guys, what all things are going to be involved? Let me tell you. One is the pawn breaks, that will be involved. d4, e4, these kind of breaks, who gets. Then another thing is the exchanges at the right time, which piece needs to be exchanged, that is another thing. Which files are going to be important for your rooks, that's going to be the thing. The pawn structure, which is the pawns which are going to advance, and the structure which, like, let's say for example, if this pawn is on h5 and this pawn is on h6, then that can be very flexible, at which moment it can be useful for white and at which moment it can be really bad for white, that kind of a thing. So all of these things are going to matter a lot. And rook hd1, by the way, has happened in the game. So if you go bishop f6, then Wesley can consider a nice strategic move. And what is that nice strategic move with white to play? Let's try to understand even whether what are your candidates. फिर समझ में आएगा कि yeah, by exchanges, exactly. With exchanges you can land up in double bishop pair, or you can land up with a good bishop, or you can land up with a better minor piece. So what are your candidate moves for white, guys, over here? For bishop f6, this pawn being attacked, what is your candidate move? Knight d4 says Bello Galavi. But knight d4, aren't you... Okay, your plan is if knight takes d4, then bishop takes d4, bishop takes d7, that's your plan. That is good. But maybe black will go bishop takes d4. E takes d4 over here, and after this you see the bishop has been exchanged. a6, yeah, but you would not want to give the double bishop advantage if not needed. That would be the last point. So bishop f6 ke liye, by the way, Gukesh doesn't play bishop f6, but yes, bishop takes c6, absolutely, and that can be definitely an exchange to consider, though you are giving double bishop to black. And for what reason? If you take bishop takes c6 over here, once again the knight can jump in, bishop can also try to exchange, with the final aim of landing with this knight versus the light square bishop. And the reason is the knight can always blockade this pawn, and this isolated pawn later can be then got under pressure. So that is the whole idea, trying to exchange the bishop and the knight and aiming at a good knight versus a passive light square bishop. So that definitely could be one idea. So bishop c6 is a nice strategic move. What Gukesh goes is rook a c8, and you will ask a question ki why not bishop takes c6 right now? B takes c6 right now is very powerful, and similarly here as well for bishop takes c6, if you go b takes c6, now knight can jump into e5, attack this here. If opposite colored bishop, if this goes into opposite colored bishop, then white has some advantage but whether it is good enough advantage is very very hard to say. But it's definitely an advantage where black will be the one a little bit under passive position. So that's about it for white. Rook a c8 has been played. This will be a draw. Yeah. Rook a d8 and Rook a c8, and white is thinking. We know that if king e2 attacking this, Gukesh has in mind a6 for sure. Definitely this is his plan. Earlier over here, if he would go a6 at this moment, yeah, bishop takes c6, unnecessary, yeah. B takes c6. Oh, look at this. Wesley has now thought everything. He's not using time anymore. He goes king e1. Very smart that he doesn't keep the king on the light square on e2, getting all of these checks. So he goes king e1, and now Gukesh has to think. Will Gukesh attack the bishop with a6? Maybe possible there. But d5 is attacked, and Gukesh needs to figure out a way to counter attack. One move for counter attack is a6. The other move for counter attack is bishop f6. So we will see what he is going to play here. By the way, what is happening with Caruana? Oh, Caruana is in deep thought and deep trouble in a way. How much time did he take for f5? Not much. He had 1 hour 28 minutes. Actually, he played f5 in just 1.5 moves. Now, isn't that a little bit... Maybe it was just a hasty move. Knight c5, and suddenly he's been thinking and thinking. And mind you, he has been thinking not just right now, but he has also been thinking all the time that Nakamura took. Like Nakamura thought here 22 minutes. And Caruana has also thought another 20 minutes. So in a way, Caruana has been thinking for 40 minutes. Now that is definitely huge. Let's go to Anish's game. Yes, Anish develops his bishop to b4. And there can be a bind. So makes sense to go d5 right now. Or at least d6. But no, Mamedaro says, I don't really care. He goes knight a6. But what is his also plan for e5? Because then d5, guys, in the chat, all the new guys, all the new chess player, if d5, that's a blunder. White to play. Yes, let's see Magnus as well. Normie says heartbreak for Fabi. A little too early. Definitely currently it's very tough situation. But until the game ends, we can never say. Madhukar, Anirudh, Firefly, Chan, Yugant, all of you guys, not at all newcomers, but alert there, en passant or en passant, whatever you like. It's a French, this thing, en passant. E takes d6, and this break looks like impossible after e5. Now that's a big risk Mamedaro has taken. Let's see. So Anish will get clear better position with e5. What about, did he play? No, Gukesh is thinking. Carlsen played bishop f5, attacked this knight here. The knight went back to e5. Could he not play h5 there? Because if you play bishop g4, then g4 is beautiful for black. But h5, find a good move for white. h5 is a blunder. Amruta is an expert in finding blunders. So good move for white. Yes, Shashwat, Devans, Ishan, Arjun, 2B. Are you in second standard? Opasa. Anirudh writes मराठीत म्हटलं तर ओ पावसा. How does it sound? Oh, that's funny. O pausa. That's cool. Yes, Anirudh, Madhukar, Normie, Chan Gaming, Vandana Mokal. That's my cousin. Shubha Gupta, Madhukar, well done. Madhukar, 2 बार मत लिखो आंसर, 1 बार लिखोगे मैं पढ़ूंगी. So bishop g6, and there you have double attack and you're gonna win the pawn. So that's the blunder there. So not h5, though it looks tempting. Knight e5, Nordirbek goes back. You see d3 square is definitely something to eye for. Also the c4 square. So black's knights are literally dancing. Bishop goes back to c2. Rook goes to f7 here. Guys, one question to you. If this knight goes to d3, now that's a mistake, but the reason I thought it was a mistake was not right. So white to play. Wow. White to play find a move. I have not yet understood, so I am also trying to understand why it is such a good move. Oh wow, guys. I mean, it looks like a very simple move, huh? It's like simplicity is the ultimate sophistication type. But amazing. The idea is deep. Idea is deep for sure. ढूंढते रह जाओगे. एंड वापस सब लोग फंस गए मेरे ट्रैप में. सबको लगा b4 आएगा, मुझे भी लगा था b4 आएगा, नाइट जाएगा, ये नाइट मरेगा, बट दैट्स नॉट हैपनिंग बिकॉज ऑफ a takes b4, c takes b4, and right now black can save himself. Remember intermezzos. स्कूल जाते हो तो कैसे बीच में ये रहता है, ब्रेक रहता है, लंच ब्रेक. So remember a lunch break. Black can take a lunch break. Whenever you are under attack, look out for lunch breaks. Yes, absolutely. Anirudh, they win. No, not knight b3. Not knight b3. Knight takes c1, and that's the intermezzo there. If you take this knight with whichever rook, then this knight can save itself. If you take the other knight thinking that, oh, I am actually attacking this guy there, fair enough, because rook takes, b takes c5, bishop takes c5, and the problem is I am also attacking your knight. So eventually black is a pawn up, and that doesn't really work. So that's why not b4, and the move was, let me explain to you, bishop e3. एंड ऐसे लगता है यार इतना बेटर, ये क्या धोखेबाज मीटर है, इतना बेटर धोखेबाज मीटर. वाओ, इट राइम्स. But after bishop e3, why is white having an advantage of +4? Because he is winning material. And how is he winning material? Firstly, he revives his threat of b4 because the bishop has moved to e3. But secondly, if this knight goes back, then here is the moment because of which white is winning material. And finally, white to play. Can you find that move because of which he is unstoppably winning material? Anirudh Dasri says, I understood. Lunch break maybe, you understood. So white to play. देखते हैं क्या कर रहे हो guys. Come on, be alert, fast, make your minds work. फटाफट, not lazily. Let them be in 100% focus right now so that you can aim at finding the moves very quickly. Narendra, Abhay, Anirudh, Prabhanjan, Normi, Devin, Shaurya, Anirudh, Madhukar. Correct. There is knight f5 and the whole point is this bishop is attacked, and if the bishop goes back, once again you remove the defender. And ये नाइट बोल रहा है ये बिशप से, क्या हुआ तेरा वादा. दिस बिशप had promised this knight that मैं तेरी रक्षा करूँगा, but वो खुद ही चला गया. So that's gone guys. And this is how Carlsen can win material if black goes knight d3. But obviously Nordirbek Shanti में makes a move rook f7 over here, and Carlsen is right now thinking, another idea for him is bishop f4 with knight f5. But this was quite interesting tactics. I'm glad we did not miss this moment. Going to Hikaru's game, Caruana is still thinking. Maybe he is absolutely devastated from within. Let's go to Gukesh's game. King e1, and finally Gukesh has been taking and using a lot of his time now. So black to play. Currently a6 looks like the move. What happens for rook d5? Guys, rook d5. What will black play over here? If a move like rook d5 happens in Gukesh's game, we are back to Gukesh's game. Let me show you the scorecard. Not scorecard, the pairing for today. And all the games are going on. Yes, bishop e6. You counter attack. Counter attack. Remember this. Counter attack. And that's the reason once the rook moves, you win the piece. So rook d5 would be a big blunder, and that's not happening. So after a6, this bishop will have to figure out where to go. Bishop a4. Last time we were looking at d4 ideas, but the difference was with king on d2, king on e2, knight d4 was supposed to be a check. So here if you play d4, that's not going to work, because for knight d4, this time if knight d4, then there is bishop d7. So not d4, and maybe you need to support this guy, because if you go b5, that is another move to check once. The problem is bishop goes to b3 and more attack on d5. So that would definitely not be something nice, and you might need to go bishop e6. And at this point, knight g5 is a move to consider, aiming for double bishop here. So that is something, but you again have a counter-attacking move. Remember that. Try to always look at the threats. Don't miss threats. Don't always go for passivity. Wherever you have options to attack your opponent, do consider that. So remember counter-attack. Very important. Bishop f6. Knight e6. fe6. We might land up in this position. Highly possible. But you have your pieces well placed, and maybe g5 in the air. So we have to see how much real advantage the double bishop can actually have. So king e1, and Gukesh is thinking all these ideas. a6 definitely one move, and the other move he might be thinking is bishop f6, because here if rook takes d5, once again bishop e6, and both these pawns are weak. So that is why bishop f6 can work in that sense. What we were earlier not liking was bishop takes c6, and this time too it will be a question for Gukesh with what to capture. And b takes c6, capture towards center. If we follow this thing, then knight jumps to e5. If they go in opposite colored bishop, maybe it will be a draw. I'm not sure, but the computer says he really favors white. Now, does the computer understand this position? Yes, because the right now white is having a strong threat. Bishop on d4, c5 will be stopped, and a pawn will be isolated. The rook will shift to a file. So when you have opposite colored bishop, it's important to understand one concept. If this dark square bishop attacks the dark square pawns which are placed on dark squares, this bishop cannot contribute to the defense. So one piece less in a way while defending for whatever things are on dark square. That is to the advantage of the side which is attacking, which is pressing. And in this case, it will be white. So if given a choice among what are the possible options, Gukesh will choose this as the last one. Why? Because he has to constantly defend and defend and defend here. Okay, so that is the whole understanding of this position. King e1 has been played. I think Gukesh will go for a6 over here. That's my prediction, but let's wait and watch. first would be very difficult to say. But even Morphe, right? Bishop f4 bringing king back to the light square instead of a6. Bishop f4? You mean bishop f6? Bishop b4 check. भाई notation का bishop f4 तो ये हुआ. So bishop b4 check you want to give with the idea of bringing king to light square where the king will go to f7. But this bishop doesn't belong on this diagonal here. White is happy that it is misplaced. These are the little subtleties you have to understand, that where you are taking the bishop, which is the diagonal. Bishops belong on the long diagonals. Here they will be more active than over here where they are not attacking anything. So these are the key decisions to understand the full potential of your piece lies on which diagonal, on which square, with which maneuver. That is important. And Silman's Reassess Your Chess really will help you to understand that better. Okay, going to Caruana. He plays after a long time. How long did he take? He took 33 minutes. That's more than half an hour. And now he goes queen d5. So that's queen d5. Silman's Reassess. Yes, Aniruddha. Centralizing the queen. And now Hikaru can simply defend his knight with b4. Hikaru can of course also develop his queen to c2, stop c4 ideas as well. But Caruana knows he is in big trouble. What about Anish? Did he play e5? Oh, he took the knight. Oh my god, never expected that he will take the knight. That's interesting. Rook takes a6. And now what happens if he goes e5? Is it not as powerful or what? Quite funny. b5. Black is going to jump in with b5 and he is okay with this bind. And maybe that was the idea. So if knight a6, if e5 here, but at this point if b5 would have played, this knight was very useful. The knight would have gone to e4. And ye knight वो था निखिलेश वाला. कोने में घोड़ा काम करे थोड़ा. That is what Nikhilesh says, our head of Chess Biz India Hindi. So looks like that knight, whereas this knight in comparison is in the center. It's like कहीं पे भी जा सकता है वो. It's like knight on e4. So no comparison, and that's the reason. Look at the bind here plus the threats which can come after knight d6. It was important. Now my question is, after rook a6 e5, he's gone e5. If b5 also knight e4, if he goes, what is the difference here? Because the same is happening without the light square bishop. Is it making such a huge difference? The point was, this exchange was so unnecessary that the bishop would have definitely joined in to create Greek gifts ideas as well. The light square bishop, the double bishop, and that is maybe the reason that you did not exchange a good piece or a potentially good piece for the knight on a6. Maybe the exchange was not the most perfect. Got it. Got it, guys. And Magnus Carlsen has played bishop f4 right now. Black is thinking, is knight f5 a threat, attacking this guy here? Number of threats. Maybe also rook can go to e1. There can be a pin here. Black के pieces को थोड़ा एक दूसरे के साथ अच्छे से coordinate करना पड़ेगा. Some miscommunication between any of them and it's gone. पूरे misunderstandings, झगड़े. So yeah, that's how Nordirbek's position is. Let's go to Gukesh. Gukesh is still thinking. Now, that's quite a long time. He's already used 20 minutes to think here. 20 minutes. Nakamura is clearly better. Pranab says, are we seeing the downfall of Magnus's legacy, or will he come back with a bang? My money on his comeback. Magnus, I think my personal opinion about Magnus would be that it is all about his choice. If Magnus decides to focus on something 100%, like during the game is one thing, but even just during the tournament, before the tournament, he's in that zone, a different kind of a zone, then he knows that he is going to be up there, and he knows that it's very hard to beat him. So when right now what Magnus we are seeing, he's kind of a little bit more towards casual, we can say, not worrying, not taking that stress of being, he's a world champion and he needs to perform his best and all of that. I think he's more enjoying the game. The results might not be something which we are getting to see, but maybe he's enjoying the game more. Maybe for his personal success, could be that he's enjoying more. Because being on top can be such a pressure to sustain at the end of it, that finally what do you want from life is a big question. It's not all about how people are going to perceive you. It's also about what do you feel from within. So yeah, so that is what is my feeling about Magnus, that he is enjoying right now more than before. Anirudh says Gukesh is close to about 36 minutes up on the clock still. That was such a huge difference, right? 1 hour. Bishop f6 by Gukesh. By the way, he's not gone a6. He has gone bishop f6. Now let's try to understand one more time. He's attacked the b2 pawn there. That's his clear-cut threat. If rook d5, bishop e6 is absolutely amazing because the rook needs to move. And where does the rook go? Rook goes to d2, trying to defend a b2 pawn here. Then Gukesh will have a wonderful move to find. Black to play. And there you are. What should Gukesh play if such a position arises on the board? Yes. Aniruddha, I'll ask questions for sure. One of them is, all of you guys, did you have dinner? There's no right answer or wrong answer. क्या बात है, अमेजिंग. विश्वा, मधुकर, आराध्य, समीर, सिद्धांत थोड़ा कंफ्यूज्ड है. नाइट b4 और नाइट d4. Somebody also said bishop a2, but knight d4 is the right move, guys. It's the time to disco. So इधर disco का threat है, and the whole point being, if rook takes c8, once again, today's Gukesh's game is definitely of intermezzos, for sure. There you have intermezzo, knight takes f3, check in between, and a check is of course a counter attack, so g takes f3, shanti mein rook takes c8, and this is just completely nice position for Gukesh. So knight d4 is a classy move, and there you understand again and again in this landscape of Gukesh's game, if this rook has been left alone, द रुक ऑन D5 सेज कि यार मेरे को लाइफ में आगे बढ़ना है, तो फिर दिस रुक लेफ्ट अलोन कैन really feel lonely. So knight d4 is a nice move. People had asked bishop takes a2, and that's a fair question. You are recovering a pawn, so what is the problem here? But there is a clear problem. There is a clear problem. White to play. And I'm coming back in a moment. White to play. Not easy thing. वाह, मैं गई तो इतने सारे आंसर, सब सीरियस हो गए. बढ़िया. रुक d7, रुक a1, रुक d7, रुक a1. Okay, though both the moves are maximum. Rook d7 is 1. Basically, you want to attack the b7 pawn there. Once again, a very important move to consider because this rook is on 7th rank. But once again, as far as we know, you have left this guy alone, all alone. And this knight, the discos have to be considered. This time, can you go knight d4? Oops, that's a blunder. Wow, now that's a blunder. And Amruta is an expert in finding blunders. Guys, I don't make blunders. I find blunders for you so that you can answer. You can answer why it is a blunder. So do you understand that I don't make blunders? चंदन नगर सेज बाय बाय. कल ओडिशा जीएम के लिए निकलना है. अरे क्या बात है. ऑल द बेस्ट चंदन नगर. डू वेल. अरे देवेन, वेल डन. ऑलरेडी बिफोर द क्वेश्चन द आंसर इज राइट देयर. Sudarshan Rangan says, Role Amruta looking at the silver lining when blunders are made. For our benefit, exactly. ED4, and there you have defense to C1. So that's nice. So that's why knight d4 will be a blunder. But knight e5 is another disco which can happen. Rook takes c1 is the idea. And guys, 1 second. Oops.
Hello.
Welcome, Sagar. You have come all the way from Nagpur to Mumbai to bedroom to here. Please, sir, join us.
Yes, I have joined you. Why are you getting up?
Arey, sit down here.
Please sit.
Arey, sit down now.
No, it's fine.
This chair belongs to you.
Oh, please sit.
Arey, don't do that.
So is Gukesh
come here.
Gukesh doing well today? He is playing the most crucial game of the round because if he manages to beat Wesley or even hold him, he would finish in top 3 of Norway Chess, which is going to be a huge achievement.
Totally.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Amruta, I think right now the last move that was played was bishop to f6 by Gukesh, and Wesley is thinking right now.
Yeah, Wesley is thinking we were looking at rook d5, and yeah, just to complete the one variation which I had asked them bishop a2 and white to play here, and the move was oops, no, maybe rook. Where did I take the rook? Rook d2. No, rook d2 94 was coming. I don't know what I had asked them, but for bishop a2, rook a1 was the move, with the idea of bishop c6 and taking the pawn on a7. Welcome Sagar bhai, કેમ છો? Missed you. Have હવે હજી વધુ મજા આવશે, says Kumar. Pranav says Miss Summers, welcome. पता नहीं कहाँ गया, मिलता ही नहीं. Yes, समय को सब लोग मिस कर रहे हैं for sure.
Guys, very soon I think you will be able to see Samay.
He has all the secret information, guys, which Samay says that he can never keep it for himself. Sagar, are you allowed to say? नहीं तो समय आके वापस कि सागर भाई क्या कर दिया आपने, ये नहीं बताना था.
No. This is something which is going to happen. The Global Chess League by Tech Mahindra and FIDE is happening, and there Samay is one of the commentators. To see him, it'll be epic. And I think the
Awesome.
pinned message which we have is the Instagram page of the Global Chess League. If you haven't been following it, please do go and like that page, or you can say follow the page, so that they can reach 1,000 likes on Instagram. Has that happened, Amruta, already?
I couldn't check it.
Well, guys, they are right now at
I see.
800 followers. So please do go and follow it, and let's make it 1,000. Because Samay would be there doing commentary, I would be there, and there will be also some amazing commentators. Looking at the position that we have right now in the game of Wesley versus Gukesh, one cannot stop to simply feel that this pawn on d5 is a huge weakness. And I think if we look at what Gukesh does, he is trying to play actively around this pawn. He's not being that player who simply says, I want to defend this pawn is a weakness, let me play bishop e6. This is a lazy move, and a lot of players would play a move like bishop e6 saying, oh, this is hanging, let me defend it. But Gukesh is like, if you attack me, I won't defend it, I will counter attack you. And by that logic, a very natural move is to defend it, b3. And how do you continue this thing of counter attacking rather than defending in this position? What would be the move that black should play here in order to keep defending his d5 pawn, but not
That's
by
a good-
defending it?
Good question, guys, and show this guy that today we are learning exactly this theme. So be alert. I'm sure they're gonna find it. But Sagar, there is a question by Sachin. He says it's irrelevant question at the moment, so maybe I should not read it ahead. I am trying to study openings and implement while I play. How to find when my opponent went wrong and take advantage of that? So Sagar is thinking for that. Aren't you?
Sorry? No, I didn't. Once you said it's an irrelevant question, now I just
Oh,
stopped
look at
thinking
it.
about it. So
No, but you can check in Chessbase if you have that in Mega Database where the deviations were done, and you can firstly try to think on your own. If you find the games in the same variation, that would be great in a live database and all. And then later at the end, you can of course use engine to check it, but not get addicted. By the way, Preeti says good to have you back, Sagar Bhaiya.
So the right move here, Amruta, is a6, and I think a lot of the people have mentioned that move, because if he takes with the bishop, then you can just simply
Yeah,
now
bishop
once again
c6.
a question: you can take here, and take here.
Yeah, it's been all the time that question, and then we decided कि अभी क्यों worry करना है जब moment आएगा तब.
No, but still,
नहीं.
I mean, for me, the most natural move was to
Rook
take with the
c6.
pawn.
That is our intuitive move, no? Like capture towards the center.
You
Go with
also
that.
defend your
Yes.
pawn, connect the pawns together. But White has a very strong move here. What should White be doing in order to take advantage of this move? What would be the best move here?
They are thinking. Sandeep says east or west, Sagar is west. अरे ऐसे कैसे नॉर्थ और साउथ तो भी सागर इज द बेस्ट यार. Kakashi says Sagar bhai we missed you so much.
So the right move here, and Amruta, the move is knight to e5, and with this move what you are doing is you are attacking the bishop as well as the pawn, and this is big trouble now.
Is it? So this is something which I wanted to ponder over, that the opposite colored bishop, after bishop takes c5, and because the bishop is going to go to d4, stop black c5, white will be in an aggressive position, and Gukesh may choose this as the last option to go into, something like this. Correct?
Yeah, I think that in this position, the bishop on e5 is clearly in a very, very beautiful relationship with the rooks, right? It can sit on d4 and it complements the rook, can come to c5, while bishop on d7 is in some kind of a very sad relationship. It's locked behind its pawns, it wants to break free, but then this pawn is hanging on d5, it can go here, again the pawn is. So you see, Amruta, sometimes it's very important to have that freedom in life.
Correct.
And I would recommend people to look at a very, very famous game. I think it was by Ruben Fine. I've forgotten, Amruta, the name, but the point is, once this structure you can sort of
Clamp it
down, then the rook joins in, then it shifts here, attacks this, then the other rook jumps in, and these are too many weaknesses often, and then at the right time you have the e4 break, which is big trouble.
Okay, Rubin fine.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly. By the way, Wesley So does play a slightly defensive move, rook d2, but this is a very interesting decision by Wesley.
Oh.
And now Amruta,
Oh.
Gukesh may think to himself that look, Wesley has not really attacked anything, because now this is no longer a threat, right?
Correct.
If you take here, I go bishop e6, and then again I am attacking this. And I think this was a very interesting variation which you had discussed with the chat, which was after bishop e6, rook d2, trying to defend here. The move I think you had already asked
knight
them
d4.
is knight to d4, giving a strong discovered attack.
Correct. But then that can work now for rook d2, which Wesley has played. At this moment, what is the difference? If you go knight d4,
You can
Can you go knight
actually,
d4 here?
you can move your knight from c6 to here, unleash an attack here, But I think what happens is after rook takes,
I thought firstly knight f3,
it's
gf3,
forced.
and bishop takes c8. You will again have to capture forced. And
Yeah, because if you take here, the bishop is hanging, and I think in this position, well,
rook takes d5 and bishop takes b2 if I consider.
yeah, no, I don't think rook takes d5 is good. You can even go bishop e6, but maybe something like bishop here.
You need to go rook d8 only move, otherwise. But
Yeah,
bishop
otherwise-
c7?
Bishop
Trapped
c7.
or what?
Yeah, you have to go back, and I
Oh.
think white is slightly better here. I mean, it's playable.
Yeah.
It's a
Got it.
playable position. So
Got
yeah,
it. You are in passive
right.
situation.
He can jump on d4 with the knight and unleash this discovered attack on the rook on c1. But Amruta, do you think Gukesh will play that?
No, because he will have something better. So another counter-attacking move which we must check was that a6 move which you showed, right, Sagar? So for bishop takes c6, not to take b takes c6, basically. I think that is how he can continue.
Yes. Bishop
And
takes
rook
c6.
takes c6 maybe.
Don't take with the pawn, because as we discussed, this bad bishop would be created on d7, but you can take with the rook attacking
Exchange.
here.
Yeah.
And once he takes here,
Yeah.
you can
Now
take
bishop takes
back.
c6 is fine, Sagar, I guess.
Yeah.
Because if you go knight e5 in the same opposite colored bishop, you are not going to get anything.
Yeah, because this time after takes, what would be a very, very nice move in this position for black? Remember the locked in bishop, the bishop which never got a good relationship in its life, now has a chance to actually free itself. What would it be? Datta Nidum Kala says f6. Well, Rakshit Singh knows all about breaking free in relationships. He has mentioned the move d4. Well done, Rakshit. That is the move we were looking for. I think Shashwat also found it. Datta,
Okay.
Normie
Yes.
Fisher.
Neha, Sameer, Jay, Abhay, AI Gaming, Chaitanya, Anandu, Manasvi. Yes, well done,
Take
guys.
care, just take this
Siddharth
pawn.
says 560 watching and only 255 likes. बहुत ही नाइंसाफी है.
Yeah, guys, please do like
कितने
this video.
कितने वो चैट थी और कितने लाइक आए. सागर, शोले देखा है कभी? तुम्हारे लिए बहुत, तुम छोटे रहोगे तभी.
I haven't watched Sholay movie ever in its entirety. I don't know how many
What are you?
people in the chat actually relate to what I am saying, because I think Amruta.
जज साहब, मैं इसके साथ नहीं रह सकती हूँ. इसने शोले नहीं देखा है.
Let's see if I have some support in
I
the
mean,
chat.
don't tell me like if 10 and 12-year-old kids will come and say कि नहीं नहीं, we have not seen Sholay. That's another thing. But if all of you guys have been born pre-1990 era.
Look, many people haven't seen it.
Oh
By
my.
the way, Amruta, look at what Gukesh did. Gukesh said
Oh.
that anyway, Wesley, you are not threatening to take this pawn because I always have bishop e6 attacking a2. So why don't I improve my position slightly and I play the move h6. This is what Gukesh played, and I really wouldn't even think about this move, Amruta.
Why
this
not?
move h6. Oh, and Wesley
Immediately takes.
has simply taken on c6. Wesley has unprovoked taken on c6. It's like
got it.
You don't even, you generally you want to.
No, you have to explain what would be his understanding, because exactly it was not even a6 was played ki bhai chal abhi maar. So what would be Wesley's understanding over here?
Wesley just feels that this knight on c6 was jumping all the time to d4, creating this discourse on the c file. So instead of letting him do that, he just took it and he said that in no way I'm allowing you to unleash your bishop, the dark squared bishop. So as we just saw, Amruta, taking with the pawn would be a big mistake, especially because you can go knight e5, and we spoke about
Yeah.
these good bishops
Completely.
and bad bishops. But if you take now with the bishop here, I think also what Wesley wants to do is play.
Opposite colored bishop.
No, not even opposite colored bishop here. What is the move that he might have on his mind? Let's ask our chat
Let's
that
ask. Yeah.
what is a good positional move in this position for white? White to play.
Before that, I will also read because we were talking about Sholay. You did change the topic, but Kumar said I watched it 17 times. Rakshit says Sholay is not of my era. Still watched it. Dekh.
Rakshit, did you find it even one bit important in your life?
सागर भाई शोले तो देख लेनी चाहिए. Me too in Sagar sir gang. Oh, I can't even believe that there are people who have not seen it. 1997, didn't see it yet. Okay. 1978 model.
Very good. 92 born, never watched it. Loved it.
2001, and I have seen it multiple times. I'm 92 born, not watched. This is actually very interesting survey for Sholay when they will have some anniversary. No, yeah, have you seen Sholay? And for
Amruta, very important question I have asked, and you are stuck with Sholay.
because
In my heart,
my curiosity.
I am right now burning. There is a Sholay in my heart. I want to know what is the move.
Sagar chess.
You are just not talking about it.
Because just one moment, because Sagar, the way you talk about Bobby Fischer's games, okay, Vishy Anand's game, they are all classics, and Sholay is a classic, so it deserves at least a minute of attention there. Harmonica played is just awesome in Sholay. ये तो detail में नहीं जाएंगे, that's it. But guys, yes, Sholay was good. And Pranab says Sholay was promoting women empowerment before. It was cool. She was tange wali and taking care of her family. Okay, that is amazing. Maza aa gaya.
Let's not get into this, but the move that I wanted, and I think a lot of people said knight d4. I think it's a good, decent move. But even here, Amruta, a very cool move by black is just play bishop d7. Now, notice this position carefully. It's like the bishop on f6 says that I'm a good piece, and my brother here, or my
brother.
sibling, is not so strong. But what I'm going to do is together we will someday become strong. So while this bishop exists, this bishop can get its hopes on these diagonals. Okay, so this is equal. But when the opponent has a bishop pair, what do you do?
Try to exchange one bishop.
So what's the move?
So knight e5.
No. Because knight e5 we just discussed.
Knight
yeah?
d4.
You take, and then there is this strong idea of d4.
No, bishop e5, bishop e5.
Exactly. Siddhant Kalra, you are right. And many others who said bishop to e5. And I feel like this is a position which really you don't want to get into, Amruta. Knight e5, and now I can relocate my knight this way.
Oh, of course we did. There was one moment where we did discuss that eventually, if you ask the aim here, white would love to go for knight versus bishop. Yes. When you came, I think I forgot everything, Sagar.
Amruta, this is the problem in life.
No, this
that
is
you
a
must
solution
not
that I forget everything else. That's
You
cool.
must not forget everything in life. But so that's the reason why Gukesh said, I don't want to take with the bishop, I will take with the rook. He took with the rook here.
Yeah, I like the fact that you're trying to exchange one rook with black. I think after understanding the landscape, that should be done.
We are reaching this position very quickly now. Rook takes c6, bishop takes c6, and now Wesley So makes a move that I am not a big fan of. He jumps with his knight to e5, and Gukesh now has a chance to simply equalize everything, and I think just kill the game.
Wow.
What is the move that Gukesh should play now, guys? Black to play very quickly.
Oh, the way you have asked, I really
Pranam
like
Singh
it.
says, I like this couple.
Con couple, double bishop.
Actually, double bishops, in fact, are not siblings.
Exactly.
They are
you used to
couples.
always say couple because they complete each other.
Yes. But very
light
few
square and
couples
dark
complete
squares.
each other, right? Like
No,
for
why?
example,
They always complete
look
each other.
at Rakshit, his move, and also Siddharth Ranadiv. I don't know what's wrong
कुछ
with
तो
them. They are
रक्षित
all
का
saying
inside news लेके
they
आए
are
हो.
they are
वो
all
camp
playing
में आया था
BD7.
तब.
What is this? What move is this? They're just giving up a bishop. It's like they are anti-relationship. They just want to give up the piece. But here is the move. Amruta, bishop e7 says Siddharth.
हाँ, उनका notation थोड़ा weak है, अपने को ही समझना पड़ता है वो.
Actually, Siddharth, this is not a bad idea for sure. But after I take.
Once again, you give that same pass, but with one rook less.
No, this time
maybe it's not
I
so-
have an active bishop, by
Yeah,
the
yeah.
way. And a
Bishop
very
d4,
important
bishop
thing is
e5.
that this is a big threat.
Sorry.
So
Actually, this looks okay. Practically, could be okay.
yes,
I
could
mean,
be
if
playable.
white needs
Could be
to find
playable.
some-
But
But-
Gukesh is going to make the next move, which is actually amazing move by him. And the move is
Rookie people chats candidates are rook e8, bishop e5.
Sandeep Tupe ji. Well done. Sandeep Tupe को हो जाए.
Sameer Sinha as well.
Sameer
Arohi
Sinha.
Mathur as well. By the way, we have two siblings here, Arohi and Anmol Mathur.
Anmol and Arohi, you guys are like bishop pair. Bishop takes e5, bishop takes e5, and now comes this very nice move, Amruta, which we have been talking about, unleashing the beast, unleashing your inner power.
Okay, so that's d4.
Yes. And then what would you play?
With white?
You can take with
The
the
first
pawn.
thing is to take ed4 and see if that guy is going up like a passer.
Yes, you can, but then after
Bishop
I
G2.
take on g2, you need to push, right? Because
Yes.
otherwise I'll just blockade
तो
it.
करो ना push.
तो push करो, खुश रहो.
Knight bot will be very happy.
What is now? Okay, I was thinking rook e8, trying to win a piece
Oh,
here.
sorry, I did.
But f4 defends this bishop
You
and
should have
attacks.
asked the chat f4. उनको ना defend करने के moves पूछने जरूरी है.
But let's not get into that because I can go rook d8, attacking your pawn, and if you push d6, now I can simply come back on c6, stopping this, and black cannot be worse here. Because he can simply get his king like this. Oops, not like that, like this.
Got it.
And he can blockade. So Amruta, e takes d4 would not be very good. So someone would say, but hey, you forgot that I can attack this pawn.
Correct.
Take, and now in comes this move. And what is the move that black should play?
To play.
Black to move here. Did Gukesh take Wesley's rook? Yes, he did, guys. Yes, he did. And now, what is the move that is played? Our chat is on the ball. They are amazing. Very quick. to
Arohi
find the
Mathur,
answer.
Manasvi Garg, Rakshit Singh, Prahlad Sen, Fenil Gohil, Senthil, Anandu,
Jai Pandit.
Rakshit,
Jai Pandit
Chaitanya,
is like,
Saumyadeep,
you take my
Dhananjay.
one pawn, I will give you the second pawn. Take it. B6. Arey Jai bhai, what is this move?
अनमोल फायरलाइनर नॉर्मी वीरू भी आ गया देख शोले
जय
की
वीरू.
बात हो गई तो
Everyone is here. Rook a8 is of course
अरे हाँ,
a great
जय.
move. And then after bishop d4, I simply jump in here and takes. And by the way, Gukesh is in such sublime form, Amruta. Gukesh को
सबलाइन क्या रहता है
sublime मतलब मैं क्या ही बताऊं अमृता. sublime
नहीं तो यूज मत करो अगर बताना नहीं है तो
sublime means sublime. You just have to understand he's in
okay
such,
I get the essence of
he's
it
in phenomenal form.
Okay.
He cannot put a foot wrong. If let's say he was a
he's
dancer,
flowing like a river
exactly.
grace
If he was
He
a
has that
water,
grace.
he's like river,
okay
not like a lake,
Got
like
it.
us. We are stagnant. But he just takes, takes and he finds the move d4, and Gukesh tells Wesley, do you want to shake my hand? And Wesley is like, yeah, Gukesh, it seems like shaking hands is a good idea.
Yeah. If we both have used sanitizer. Reminds.
Amruta is a big is a person who believes in cleanliness. That's why her message to me every day is wash your hands after we come from outside. And I think Amruta,
That's my OCD.
if we ever make a bot of yours on the Discord channel, which Rakshit, by the way, is creating several bots for us, Chesspa bot. But if Amruta bot is ever created, it will always say, when they start Discord, it will be like, have you washed your hands? And people are like, why?
Because you are using the keys there. Arey oh Samba, kitne pawn hai? Exactly, Rakshit. That's cool.
So d4 is such a
Sagar, how many pegs down? Acha, ask Sambit and
I don't need to drink pegs in order to get high. I am in a perpetual high.
Wow, awesome. Especially because of Nagpur. Did you get to eat Nagpur oranges? By the way, people. Yesterday we had yesterday there was at least 5 minutes in the chat. If anybody would have joined, they would have only seen the names of the fruits: mango, apple, papaya, everything.
Right.
So only favorite fruit.
I
and
feel
people
like
were
Amruta,
very
I've
excited
gone
about
beyond that phase in my life
Yeah.
where I am looking for fruits of my hard work.
Good one.
By the way, we just missed it, because if you take this,
Bishop
this
G2
is-
anyway, right?
Exactly, this is what.
Oh my god, guys! Bishop G2 is a big blunder. Find a way for white. Oh my god. मैं तो ऐसे देख, just because I was so distracted in talking to you, I made this blunder.
Yeah. Always you can blame me for all your failures in
Absolutely.
life, Amruta.
That's why you are.
That's why you met me, so that you could blame me. Anyone who's able to tell exactly.
Yes, being brilliant, Mr. Fire Lion, Sentil, Omkar, Aradhya, Siddharth, Shashwat, Arohi, Anmol, Chaitanya, Prahlad, Persevere, Aman,
All
Chris,
those who, by the way,
Aditya,
Amruta,
Devin, Arka,
two moves
Sagar,
work.
Harry Potter, Saumyadeep. Yeah, इसके लिए काफी लोग के Bishop G7 also work.
Two moves here, by the way. Rook G4 and Bishop G7. Exactly. Bishop
Yes.
G7 may be even stronger, because after take, the rook was attacked, by the way. Check, and I win this. I'm a pawn up in the rook endgame.
Yeah.
While if you play Rook G4, there is the
F6,
move F6, but I can just
Bishop
simply
F6.
take here.
But then, okay, Rook F6. Though you get the E pass pawn here. Pros
Yes.
and cons, I mean. Oh, by the way, Gukesh did not take on G2. Obviously,
Because
he's alert.
Gukesh Amruta, this guy is now, his live rating is 2743. Guys, 2743. Just take that number and let it sink in. This guy is playing chess at altogether another level. He sees everything. He sees that if I play Bishop G2, Rook G4 is coming. So why don't I first move my rook away, and now force my opponent to choose where to go with his bishop.
Oh, no. Actually, otherwise Bishop G2, right? So where Bishop?
Because
where does
if
it go?
you play F4, trying to cement the bishop here, I can actually
At
now
F6.
take here, and there is no Rook G4.
Okay.
Secondly, as you rightly pointed out, F6, and now the E3 pawn is
Yeah.
hanging.
So F4 is definitely not a good idea.
Exactly. So that's the reason why Rook E8 is such a
Wow.
classy intermezzo.
In a way, again, intermezzo. Guys, see, today is all about counter-attack. Intermezzos. And intermezzos are counter-attacks. So, yes.
Beautiful move, Rook E8, played by Gukesh here. and he's asking Wesley, so what do you do? Wesley goes bishop c7
No,
here.
he goes bishop f4, Sagar.
Sorry?
Bishop
He
f4.
went first bishop
Yes.
f4. And actually now
Gukesh
you could
actually-
have taken this, but again, Wesley is very smart. He had a
Gukesh.
move.
Gukesh is very smart.
No, Wesley is very smart.
Okay.
He had a move up his sleeve in this position. If you had
nice.
taken this pawn,
White to play, guys. What to do?
yes, Aradhya Jain, Shashwat, Siddharth, Arohi, Normie Fisher, Checkered, Dallo
Harry
David
Potter.
says, hoping Gukesh surpasses Vishy sir.
Thank you for your super chat.
That will happen soon, not but today. Bishop takes h6 is a brilliant move because after I take this pawn, the rook swoops over, giving a check and picking up this bishop.
Yes, absolutely. So, wow. So Wesley had that in mind. So what did Gukesh do? Not take there. He goes g5,
Gukesh
right?
is so smart. He goes
Lovely
g5.
move. Lovely move.
And now Wesley comes to c7 and Gukesh finally chops it off here
Yeah.
on g2.
No threat anymore. So is he winning a pawn?
Wesley goes h4 and he says to Gukesh, if you take here,
अरे ये तो कर ही देंगे
can we ask at least 50 people in our chat to answer?
Okay. 50 people.
Yash Gupta says Sagar's decision to marry Amruta is pure gold. I don't know why Yash's mind produced this thought right now when Gukesh is playing such nice moves.
And you have asked White to play. Nice. No. Thank you, but.
Abhijit Mishra ji is
अरे
in the
कितने दिन
chat.
बाद?
The move here, of course, is Rook g4 check, g4, and the bishop is lost.
Yes. And I think we would have had until now 30 people, maybe 35.
Acha, your calculator.
Hey
Chat chess moves. Why do you need chat chess
मनवीर
moves?
सिंह, तुम्हारा बर्थडे आज नहीं है, 3 दिन पहले विश किया था. मत बताओ.
Manvir Singh, How to Get Attention in Life. Good book title that you can write. By the way, draw has happened. Bishop f3.
बहुत पीछे रहेगा सागर.
I mean, they just, after Gukesh made all these accurate moves, Wesley was like, "Hey Gukesh,
Live.
आपका क्या ही बात करें हम? You are such a smart person. Let's draw very quickly." 31 moves played. I think there was a 30 move restriction on the draw.
Oh.
The moment they finished that, a draw has been offered. Draw has been taken. Amruta, whether their hands were sanitized or not, I don't know. They shook hands and it is a draw.
Lovely.
Now, in 20 minutes from now,
Yes, exactly 20. So
they
that
will
is
play the Armageddon and I will be very, very excited. Amruta, who gets white and who gets black?
same colors. Gukesh will have black. Guys, he will have 7 minutes. Wesley will have 10 minutes. And Gukesh, if he draws or wins, it is going to be still a win for him. So for Wesley, it's a must win if he really needs to win. And let me tell you one very important point of this game, which many of you who joined late wouldn't know. There was a moment where it was the time difference was 50 minutes in this game. Sagar, 50 minutes. Look at this.
Oh. Gukesh had 50 more minutes.
Maybe 55, sorry, 55
But I
minutes.
think we all have to really tip our hats to two people here. One is Vishy Anand, the second is Gaevsky. Why? Why these two people? Because firstly, Vishy Anand's second is Gregors Gaevsky. He has been working with him since 2014, I feel, 14 or 2013. This is the time when 10 years ago Vishy Anand began working with him. Over the years, Gaevsky has worked with Anand and become one of the best seconds in the world. Now, when Anand has stopped playing very actively, he started the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy with Westbridge, and there he said if these kids start getting better, they might need personal attention, and he gave Gukesh his personal second, that is Gaevsky, and we saw a picture
Wow.
of him here in at the start on Twitter where Gukesh wrote special thanks to Gaevsky for coming to Norway and helping me. And I think, Amruta, the ideas in the openings that Gukesh has been
Yes.
playing a huge you get this feeling that it is being backed by someone who understands these openings very well.
I completely agree. Like today, the way he has look with Wesley, first of all, to equalize with Black in this manner, where you put Wesley to think and think and think to arise 50 minutes of time gap. Big achievement in its own, whatever it would have happened, but that was the big achievement. And also, Sagar, very important stuff was that even where Gukesh was out prepared by their opponent, he was able to find a decent way to continue
Yeah.
for that. So it was not like you surprise Gukesh and then Gukesh is gone.
No.
Not at all like
Gukesh has that strength already within
Yes.
him. So that is not a question that he will get out prepared in any way. But Amruta,
that. Yes.
this is a draw now.
Correct.
And while they are
Yes,
going into the Armageddon,
Okay.
do we also look at
No, you-
Hikaru versus Fabiano Caruana?
You can keep that. You should definitely show them. You have something very interesting to show.
No, but
so you
first,
should-
I don't have anything interesting to show.
Acha.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, what
gracious
happened?
me.
We had left at.
Will
wait
Hikaru
a second.
Nakamura, Amruta,
Huh?
Hikaru Nakamura win the Norway Chess?
It's possible. Look, this was the moment, Sagar. It is all preparation till your games have been going on. And here, what happens to Caruana, we don't know. He uses only 1.5 minutes, and he makes a move like f5. And then it's suddenly like, I think Nakamura was shocked. He uses like 30 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever. Takes the pawn, and Caruana just
Chat, I didn't understand.
shattered.
Chat, I don't understand. What did he do?
So Queen D, yeah, exactly. Earlier, no, this was very nice. What Rakshitra also pointed out. What his plan very quickly would be Queen A5.
Yeah, exactly.
But White had a beautiful move. All those who have joined late, White to play and find a beautiful move.
This is very tough to find.
But it's beautiful move, and whenever you find beautiful moves, you feel joy. You feel so happy. So guys, White to play. Do you want happiness
The
in
chosen
life?
one says, I saw the move. Gukesh is in third place.
At
At
such
such a young age with such big names like Carlsen, Giri, Shaq is really great. I agree. I
very,
agree.
very true.
Also-
Yes, absolutely. Siddhant, Aradhya, PL, Aditya. Knight G5, and if Queen takes A3, Queen H5 with double
This
attack
is a
on.
huge actually point.
Yeah.
And the reason why this works, Amruta, also is the thing which we have been talking about all throughout our streaming life is LPDO, loose pieces drop off, and it's only because this rook on E8 is loose that you cannot save it with H6. I'll just take it.
Yes, totally. So mostly he just played in a haste, but it's costing him what now? Big thing.
So
Queen
what should he
D5.
have played instead of this?
No,
he could have gone
could-
knight b4.
Yeah, he should have gone knight b4, but there would be calculations with knight c5 this time. Bishop takes c5,
Knight d3.
rook takes c5, knight
Fork.
takes d3, there's fork. So that would be a good idea, knight b4, by the way, I hadn't checked that out. But f5 he played, and then even I have not seen after queen d5 what happened. Queen c2 by Nakamura, rook d8, queen goes to c4. Oh, after queen exchange, then to what else you can do? By the way, rook d5, rook c1, bishop d6, bishop b2, knight goes back, rook goes back, and this is the position. So Nakamura is simply winning.
2 pawns up actually, not just
Oh.
one. It's 2 pawns.
Yeah.
And even if you want to win this sick looking pawn on d3, you will have to give up your bishop because the knight is defending it. Once you give that up, rook takes and rook takes here, then you lose your e5 pawn.
Yes, absolutely.
So in that way, in white is two solid pawns up, and Hikaru Nakamura will win this tournament.
Yeah, and in a way, it's quite a bad luck for Fabiano to, make such a hasty move and suddenly, it's not even some bad move where you find counterplay. Last round, most important, you have had a phenomenal tournament and suddenly you do this. It's like, as I was mentioning, that 12th का board exam चल रहा है, मस्त, all papers have been good, last paper and पूरा mess up कर दिया, fail ही हो गए. Types like
nice. Wonderful.
Like that, but
might have happened to someone in our chat, Amruta. Do not rub salt on their wounds, but you are absolutely right.
If you don't tell yourself that you failed,
Now we are going into the philosophical mode, but as you rightly pointed out, such a dominating performance by Caruana in this tournament, but failing at the last hurdle, and Hikaru, who's not even a professional chess player anymore, winning the strongest classical tournament that is happening in the year.
Yeah.
I can't believe that this is actually happening, and Hikaru Nakamura is moving once again towards the 2800 elo mark.
Totally. It's crazy.
I think his live rating he had become world number 2 in this tournament, but then of course Caruana overtook him. But if you see, if this game Hikaru wins, he will get at least 5 elo points. He will reach 2787, while Caruana will lose those 5 rating points and he'll come down to 2781.
And Carlsen is slowly losing his rating because he's been at a highest level, and you really need to perform.
He's come down to 2836. Insane.
By the way, can you show what you had to show?
But now I'm actually, this game is
interesting.
Is just going to end. How about we check the game?
Magnus is 1 minute if you can check.
Yeah,
Magnus
let's have a look at Magnus versus Abdu.
Yeah, because we had left that at bishop f4, knight c4. This bishop went back, but he got the rook to d1 and exchanged one pair of rook. King goes to f2. Still no entry on the e file for the black rook. Yeah, this is their position. Just some bit of advantage.
The biggest imbalance in this position is that white has the bishop pair, and with that and the kingside majority here, 3 pawns against 2, he can slowly start pushing himself forward, and these are the kinds of little advantages that Magnus loves to grind.
But I guess Norway many times gets extra motivation when he's playing against Magnus.
Many players do that, yes, and he has had a very good score against Magnus. Amruta, a position like this, if you take the knight, rook takes e6, let's say bishop e3, is actually very tough for white to play because he has that small edge and has to keep making those accurate moves. But at the same time, it's also very difficult for black to play because you might just make one mistake and your advantage is lost. Your chances of holding this game are lost. So, I think bishop b6, this pawn weakness, as we spoke about pushing this pawn.
It's definitely pressure for Norway, for sure. And Norway is not having his best tournament here.
Yes.
He is in fact having a tough tournament, to be very honest. So.
By the way, Amruta, what about rook f6 here, attacking f3? What is the only move that white can play? And this is a good question to the chat before we move forward. It's a positional question. What do you do here with white?
I guess this.
Yes, this is the only move, and all those who say f4, Kishore, Shardul, Shritish, Arohi, think but again, guys. This is a bad move. This is a bad move. I was actually calling out people to just tell them that knight g4 and your biggest advantage, your biggest USP, you're giving up.
Double bishop.
Yes. Like king f3
Correct.
and then knight takes e3, king e3, and it's a equal position. You've just given up the biggest edge in your game. So that's the reason why you have to maintain it and play bishop f4. So
Yeah, bishop f4 is cool. Why Rakshit, you thought that bishop a7, but bishop a7 is not a problem for bishop f4.
I think he was talking about this position here after take bishop f4, but then he saw that there is bishop a7. So this is not a pin. I guess that's what he was talking. But okay, this is going to be a small edge. Can we also look at Anish Giri, because Anish might be able to catch Gukesh. Guys, what is the first thing that you see in this position? What is the first element that someone sees?
Ooh, suffocation. Local train, Mumbai local train at its peak time at Dadar station, जब सब लोग जाते
Yes, this guy is just the person who has been crushed in life.
No, in local train.
Bhattacharya, beautiful bishop on c8. You know, Amruta, the bishop reminds me of someone who hasn't been cared about in life. Because 20 moves have been played. This guy came out from here, this guy came out from here, this queen came here, king is sitting here. No one thought about this bishop. Feels like really a sad life. You know, when you don't have people who care for you, this is what happens.
But does it want to be like that?
It just has to live its life in the present moment, right?
Okay.
Because the moment the bishop moves, you can just push the pawn to d5.
Correct. It's not going to be there permanently. b5 at some point can happen. So even if how much ever sad you are, you can get out of it.
Exactly. That's a very inspiring story. Just if bishop on c8 never moves and black resigns, then there is no inspiration there to be taken. But I think bishop c8 is a terrible piece. I am actually waiting for Anish to play. He's played rook d1, and now it's black's move. Siddharth, who's been a member for 30 months, pillar of Indian chess. Thank you, Siddharth, says another exciting upcoming month for chess fans. Speaking of Sagar Bhai, can you tell us anything about the upcoming Global Chess League?
Please.
I was actually making a video on it today, and I had prepared everything. I was going to make a video, but then I couldn't finish it before this stream. So I was going to publish it tomorrow morning, but now that all of you are here, why don't I just tell you a bit about it?
Take a 5-minute break. It's what time it will start? Another 3 to 4 minutes maybe, no?
Okay.
They have prepared the sit.
So we will watch Gukesh's Armageddon game while Amruta comes back, and she says to me to take her throne, not crown, which is this chair. And what I wanted to show you is something that I had prepared here.
And ask the chat to tell you when the game starts, suppose.
Yeah, please tell me when the game starts, guys. So I was just working on it, and there are 6 teams that are there. The first team is Alpine Warriors, and it is owned by Apollo Tubes. I think you might have heard of this Apollo Tires. And the team manager is Barua, and look at this team that they have. This is the crazy team that Alpine Warriors have. It has, guys, what is your thought about this team? Yeah, it has Carlsen, Gukesh, Arjun, Elizabeth Pates, Irina Krush, and Pragnananda. But if you see just Carlsen, Gukesh, Arjun, Prag, it's such an amazing. Earthling says opposition resigns. I think this team would be one of the most epic teams. And by the way, they have an icon board on board number 1 because they are the top 10 players of the world. So that is where it is. And then they have 2 boards for top men players, then 2 boards for top women players, and then 1 junior. And Pragnananda in junior is misleading because this guy is so good. So I would say, but if you look at the rating average of this team, it's pretty low because Gukesh's rating average is pretty, Gukesh is rapid. I've taken rapid ratings, is not very high. And also the women players, I would say, are not the strongest in this team. So that is something to definitely worry about here for this team. And they have a rating average of 2588 there. The next team is Balan Alaskan Knights. And Balan Alaskan Knights is... oh, by the way, the game has begun. Oh my god, we can't... We need to go there later. Okay, so 7 minutes for Gukesh. The game has begun. E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6. Gukesh only needs a draw. Bishop B5, Knight F6.
वो निकाल दो, लाइव बोर्ड ही निकाल दो.
अच्छा.
हाँ वो उस पे आ रहा है ना.
Knight F6, D3, Bishop C5. We have the
Berlin?
anti-Berlin, Bishop G5, H6, Bishop H4, Bishop G4, he's pinned the knight, H3, you have to take Amruta. If you go back, there is G4 and then the knight would take this pawn on E5. So takes, Bishop E7, Knight D2,
Queen D7.
and he has blundered here.
Gukesh?
Wesley has made a mistake. He had to go Bishop G4, but he plays Knight D2, and Gukesh so alert that with only 22 seconds thought, he has found this move Knight E4. Amruta, what a nice move!
So main calculation is what if firstly Bishop takes E7?
Yes, no. If you take here, Amruta, I take this intermezzo. Attack your queen.
Bishop takes D8, like just final.
Take
Knight
on
takes
F3 and then take
you're-
here.
Yeah, clearly.
So in the game, he did not play this. He played queen takes E4. Gukesh said, "Thank you so much. I'm taking here." Queen takes E5.
But even
And
a
he
draw
goes
is...
Queen E7,
Yeah.
trading this. And I think Gukesh's chances of a draw are immense now. Because now, Amruta, it's 7 pawns a piece each side, and now he is the bishop versus knight.
Yeah, and I don't think that can be the opening, right? Wesley will not try to go
No,
for
no,
something
no.
like
He's
knight
made a
takes
mistake.
E4.
Made an opening mistake, and Gukesh now has to play a little carefully, Amruta. What, according to you, are White's trump cards?
Only one time.
But also this doubled pawns and these pawns which are straight, there is at least something there. No, nothing. Fine. Well, Amruta doesn't find that as anything huge, but I think Wesley at least has something to play on. He plays C3.
You're saying that he might go D4 and he might try to get his knight to E5 or C5 or anything. But even if it goes into Rook endgame, what do you have that way?
I think, Amruta, this is not at all tough for Gukesh.
Yeah.
He's just making all the natural moves. He has 5 minutes 36 seconds. So basically time is not going to be an issue anymore.
I mean, Wesley has to try only that. He cannot do anything else. By the way,
how about taking on
E5
E1?
is a threat, no?
Take on E1. Take here and play Rook E8. He's done that. He's brought his Rook to E8.
why does the evaluation bar prefer this for White? Firstly, I mean, I
pawn
don't think...
structure, I think, Amruta.
Okay.
Let's say you take and I go king C2 with the idea of coming up to D3. And if you play C5,
D5.
Maybe D5, maybe I just play this, and if you take here...
Yeah, if I dissolve, takes and C6.
Yeah, this should be equal, but...
Oh, knight F5, bishop E5.
Yes, but you know, Amruta, just very small edge to White because of activity.
Correct. But based on how Gukesh has played and managed his remaining rounds, earlier rounds...
We reached this pure endgame.
knight versus...
Yeah, what are you saying?
No, based on the positions which Gukesh has been handling, this is the least troublesome position. That's
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say.
This is the live board, guys. He plays c5, Amruta. Just the move that you were talking about. I think d5 might be played here. But then there is this very cool move, c4.
Oh, but
Clamping this structure and then preparing bishop c5.
can it not become weak? You are also bishop c5. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a nice move, yeah.
So c5 played, and right now this is where we are. Amruta, we can have this live board so people know exactly where we
But Gukesh का चेहरा मैंने cover किया था. That's the problem.
Let's keep it small then.
या अपने को थोड़ा साइड कर लो. हाँ वैसे भी चलेगा.
हाँ, अपन
That
भी
is
इधर आ
fine.
सकते हैं.
Correct.
And then the board can come here.
Nice.
c5 played, and Wesley now has 6 minutes to figure out. Wesley has understood that this is no longer a game of time. In fact, it has somehow become a very laid back game. Oh, he plays king d3, and Amruta, we have reached what we were talking about. If Wesley so manages to outplay Gukesh here, that would be huge.
That is the question. Like, okay, this is equal. Okay, this is close to equal, whatever the bar says. Unless Wesley is slowly putting pressure on Gukesh.
Yeah.
So, if this was the position in any books to teach endgame,
Yes.
can White even win? You think?
I would have said, if someone gave me this position, I would have said it's black who can play, because when you have pawns on both sides of the board like this, a bishop is superior to the knight. But actually Wesley has understood the depths of this position, and he understands that this king coming to e4, and that's why he played g4, so that you can never kick the king away with f5, is a small edge because the king is active.
Okay, so if you get king to e4 and I get c6, your king has no entry.
Yes, absolutely right. There is no entry point. But imagine that once I come king e4,
Yeah.
and you play c6, I'll try to go h4, h5, so that this pawn is distracted and my king can enter via f5. It's like,
Distraction तो हाथ में है ना तेरे.
yeah,
This will stay here. He'll stay focused.
I agree with you, Amruta. So the position is drawn. It's not like we are talking about in any way that Gukesh is worse.
But as we have seen, anybody in the last moment of stress can make any mistake. So that way you need to be alert.
Yeah.
What Fabiano did today, for example, was completely shocking.
But Amruta, if Gukesh holds this, it means in Armageddon he has beaten
Yes.
Mamediyarov,
Everybody.
Nodirbek,
Yes.
Anish Giri,
Yes.
Caruana,
Except for Carlsen, everybody.
and Wesley So.
He's
He
Armageddon
also
winner.
lost to Nakamura, I think. He lost to Carlsen and Nakamura both. So c5 played, hitting the knight. If you go knight b5, hitting the bishop and the pawn, I can drop my bishop back.
Okay, one question. What is the king pawn endgame? To the guys in the chat. If you play a6, for example, they will understand. अरे बार से पता चलेगा ना.
But I think
बार
it was
बार
just a
देखो,
draw.
हजार बार देखो, ये देखने की चीज है. Why did we never sing this song for the bar?
I think he will go B. No, but if he goes B5, then there's a very strong move C4.
You're fixing the pawns on the dark square.
Yes.
Maybe.
And what should black do here? Should you push the pawn or should you play A6? What would you play?
A6.
Oh, he lost to Nakamura in classical, Amruta. Not even.
Exactly, not Armageddon. That's why I'm saying only Magnus he lost.
Got it.
A6.
So
People were saying B4, A6.
A6 is correct because you don't
push the
fix
pawn.
your pawns on dark squares. B5
Correct.
played by Gukesh.
Oh, he's played
He's
B5.
played it, and I think Pawn Pushing Industries Private Limited at work.
This Nightbot actually has feelings.
No, Amruta, Nightbot has no feeling.
But then many
Nightbot
times
just
it-
checks what is
many-
written in the chat and says.
No, how will it know?
If
Many times
everyone
people
says
are
this-
answering a move and Nightbot is also answering now pawn push.
Yeah.
So I thought that Nightbot actually now loves pushing pawns.
Possible. But Amruta, I think having the black pieces against Wesley so in this format is a boon.
Yeah, for
if
sure.
you have white with him, then you have to beat him.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Totally.
Oh my god. Gukesh has gone b4.
Why?
No, it's very interesting. Gukesh says that yes, this is a weakness now on c5 because the knight is attacking once and I'm defending once, and anything that's attacked and defended the same number of times could become a weakness. But Gukesh is challenging Wesley and saying, where will you bring a second attacker?
So maybe, suppose king e4.
Yes.
Now you will go king e6 for sure? Or
For
king
sure.
c6?
No, king c6
Is king
would
c6 a mistake?
be huge mistake.
See, I
Huge.
mean, why to get in a position where you can make a mistake?
No, but the thing is,
Knight a5 check.
check, king here, and now I get this intermezzo attacking the
Oh
bishop.
man, today is a day of intermezzo.
And my king is very strong. If you take here, I take this on d6, I'm winning. So he has to find king e6, and then it's fine, Amruta, because next move I'm going f5 and kicking your king away.
Okay, if knight a5 over here with the idea of knights, but there is nothing to
Yeah,
worry.
just f5, and I kick you back. So
So moves are happening. So Gukesh is not worried.
He
Actually, for
played
Gukesh,
A3.
he is very clear. When he played b4, he's not even worried. Look at his understanding.
Yeah.
He can go counterintuitive.
Yes.
Intuition was not don't play b4, but for Gukesh it doesn't really matter.
And now
Wow.
attacking the knight.
Oh, if knight c6, it will get trapped, guys. Oh wait, if knight c6, what should black play?
Yeah, it would have been trapped, Amruta. You are right.
No, knight a7 हो रहा है. Bishop b6.
So
Not sure. Anyway,
he came back. He puts his bishop back. King e3.
f5.
f5 push.
So look at the king once again. Look at the barrier there. No.
No, Gukesh
No.
has actually built up a fortress here, and he has
Hana.
a fortress in chess. For all those who are new to the game, is like what you see in the olden days. Like
Yeah.
the kings used to have forts where it's very difficult to attack because they have a very tough to enter, like a barrier, and that's the same thing that Gukesh has managed to set up here. It's a fortress with these two pawns, as Amruta rightly pointed out, controlling this square, bishop controlling this, so everything is controlled on the fourth rank.
By the way, knight a5 he played. Is he offering a draw in a way? Bishop c. Why is Gukesh thinking just to go bishop c7, right? And attack.
Or king d7, because Amruta, now the king doesn't need to be there. He goes king bishop c6. He's actually tempting Wesley to come in, and then he can sort of trap the knight here. But okay, let's see. I think Gukesh has got this close to a draw now.
Yeah, and
And-
more time. Finally, with black pieces. That's
Yes.
a good thing.
If he manages to hold this to a draw, then he is guaranteed, I think, third place.
Yeah.
Unless-
No. If Anish wins, then he's fourth.
Oh, are you sure?
That's what people in the chat were saying, I guess.
So he goes back, knight b3, bishop d6, a4, and now a6, knight a5 played, and this is the live position. Again, I think you can come back here, attack this. Oh, he can go knight b7, attacking here, but then you have, oh my god.
1 second. Let us find. Let the chat find.
No, this is not an easy move to find at all.
इसीलिए तो let them find.
Black to
Easy.
play, guys. Black to play. Soham Pandya says fortress do not exist in our games. True.
Oh, he's playing. We may not. You may have to tell the move quickly.
Yes. मुझे नहीं पता है is correct. King e7, Amruta. Because
Oh,
now
very tough.
if you
very
take
tough.
this, I go and pin your knight.
King d4,
And when
king
you
d6.
save this, I attack the pinned piece. And if you don't take this pawn, Then next move, I'm going to go bishop b6 and a7 and then go slowly and pick up the knight. It will be trapped.
Wow, that is cool.
So by the way, king d7, knight b7 did happen. It's a different position. Bishop e7, knight a5, bishop d6, knight b3, king e6, knight c1. Wesley will not agree to a draw. But now
Yeah.
both sides have 1 minute
Yeah,
each.
and flag down is one risk, yeah, Sagar. Like then it just doesn't matter. Whoever has whatever time. One thing Gukesh really needs to do is,
But there's a 1 second increment.
but I don't think in the digital board, the big board, it really makes a difference.
Yeah.
Because you're losing just while making a move. 1 second is not enough.
Yeah, you need to speed up. Actually, Gukesh, both players are playing very slow. That's the problem. And I think Wesley might have an
my
edge
God.
here because
Yeah,
the
yeah,
knight is such a tricky creature. It can keep jumping from one square to another. And to hold this in 37 seconds might not be easy.
Whoa.
So maybe one of the most safest Armageddons that Gukesh could have, I believe,
Yeah.
is suddenly turned into one of the most dangerous Armageddons for the youngster.
Baapre, because now look, if you go king e6, there is knight f4
Is
to
he
worry.
still thinking? Oh, he goes king c6 with
Yeah.
just 15 seconds.
Because for king e6, Sagar, knight f4, bishop f4, king f4.
g5, that was a draw.
Ah. So why was he thinking? Why
Yeah,
is
he
he
could have
landed in
played
15 seconds?
15 seconds.
Oh, you'd never know. My goodness.
Let's go, Gukesh.
Come on, Gukesh. Wesley is thinking 35 seconds.
But of course, this position is
Oh.
drawn, dead draw.
No, maybe he's thinking of this rook pawn.
Oh my god.
So he is going for, this guy just doesn't agree for a draw.
Yeah, exactly. Now he can go king a,
Oh
king
my
d6.
goodness. Crazy.
He can start playing for the
But
win.
6 seconds.
But no, Amruta, knight g3, knight f5 would hang. So then it's a big race.
Oh.
That has happened. He
So
went
it
king
can go
b6.
in any way. It can go in either way now. Because it's going into complications also and less time also.
Yeah, and I think the bishop is a superior piece when there are pawn races because it can defend from a distance as well as attack.
Yeah.
So this is what happened. He played king d3 takes, a5, he checked, king c2, king b4, f5,
But knight g4, f6 is a big threat.
a4. Gukesh, I think Amruta Gukesh has this
For knight
under
g4, king
control.
c4.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
He played f6. Gukesh
fork.
took it.
Fork.
And he lost the bishop. But Gukesh is like, I don't have a problem because my king is actually going to go and pick up this pawn. And a draw has happened, guys, because Gukesh is in time to pick up the pawn. If you save it with the knight, I come here, attack your knight and the pawn. And Amruta, what a player. Gukesh actually finding all the right moves and holding the draw.
And
Three
not just that, almost, felt like he can even try, he just tries something, he can create complexities out of nothing.
Yeah.
Wow, this guy is amazing. Gukesh OP, guys. Firstly,
Gukesh
Gukesh
OP.
OP. बाकी कुछ बात ही मत करो. Gukesh OP.
Gukesh has beaten Wesley, so actually he's drawn with him, but he's won the Armageddon because a draw is enough for black. And with this, Gukesh has managed to beat Wesley. So, wow, Amruta, he's beaten so many players in Armageddon.
Yeah, he's such a, Armageddon should be definitely one of the key things, like blitz.
Yes.
Only Armageddon tournaments. And if I must check the poll, which we had, how many, live stream.
Yeah, we have.
Gukesh beats Wesley 48%. Oh, that was a classical. Armageddon after a draw 44%. Okay, but we forgot to put a poll, but that's okay.
That's fine, Amruta. This means Gukesh, if we look at the standings, do you have the standings here?
Yes. I just go to Norway Chess. Yeah.
Here. This means that Caruana is on 16.
No, refresh it.
Hikaru on 13 and a half. Gukesh has managed. Oh, Gukesh is on 14 and a half. So, Amruta, now, if you look at it, if Hikaru wins, he gets 3 points, right? So, he'll go to 16 and a half.
So,
Caruana will come to
second.
16. Gukesh
Now
has
Gukesh
14 and a half.
Wesley stays same.
But if Anish beats Mamediaro,
in
he
classical.
also reaches 14 and a half.
And now I don't know if it is direct encounter or not. Firstly, that is one question. And if it is direct encounter, then Gukesh has basically beaten
I
everybody.
think generally it is direct encounter.
So then Gukesh has beaten Anish.
So that means Gukesh is...
So let's check Anish and Naka's games. What is going on? We will already get an idea.
Anish was slightly better for
Yeah,
sure.
I think Anish will convert this. I mean, basically,
He's doing very well.
इसका भविष्य ने ही
Amruta, huge news here. Oh, by the way, Rakshit has said, join the ChessBase India Discord server. A poll is live in the Global Chess League channel. Oh, nice. Let me pin this. Actually, guys, we are 1,000 of you here. Let's first get the Global Chess League Instagram page to 1,000 followers. We have 820. The pinned message is there. Please do go there and like it. 180 of you must go there and just like the page of Global Chess League. If you can do that, that would be great. It would be our way of supporting this amazing initiative by Tech Mahindra, FIDE and Vishy Anand. So this is a very, very big league which is happening, and I'm going to talk all about it with the teams and all. But please do find in the pinned link. And we have 828 guys. Go for it. Go for it. If you are on Instagram, do follow it.
Yeah.
And Amruta.
And by the way, guys, also do follow Facebook if possible. We are close to
No, how
reaching
many
1
things they
million.
will follow?
Okay.
एक ही चीज हम पहले तुम बोलते हो इंस्टाग्राम पे जाओ, फेसबुक पे जाओ, डिस्कॉर्ड पे जाओ, वोट करो, ये करो, भेल खाना है, पानी पूरी खाना है, पिज्जा खाना
जोक
है,
सुनाने हैं.
या इतना सब नहीं हो सकता है.
Got it.
By the way, Aryan Tari
But
is
they are all
beating
multitaskers.
Ali Reza Firuza.
Okay.
Aryan Tari is beating Ali Reza Firuza.
Oh, that would change Aryan's tournament. Like, generally when you're having not the best tournament and last round if you win, then you forget about the pehle ke round.
And also Firuza would lose. That means he would lose critical rating points, which means that Nakamura will become the very clear second world number 2 in the world.
Right.
World number 2 in the world.
By the way, Rakshit says we hit 1.2 million on YouTube. Oh, yes. Yes, that is something, definitely.
Yes, I am going to Dubai most likely.
Yes. Okay, but what is the current scenario? So Anish is winning there and
Anish
Nakamura
is better.
is
I wouldn't call it this winning, Amruta.
No?
Because the bishop has now opened up a bit, and Mamedyarov is the kind of player who generally likes such positions.
He likes, but इसके मन में जो दुख भरा हुआ है.
No, I mean, if I get one move here, which is queen e4, okay, and then if you move your queen, I get bishop b7, that's already fine, right?
Wow, दुख चला गया. Awesome.
So
That's cool.
So I think that is one. And the second is Hikaru's position is just continuing to be clearly better. As we saw, Amruta, he did lose the d3 pawn, but he won the e5 pawn. So that means that he's still 2 pawns up without any compensation. I think Hikaru will convert this without any problems. He will win. So Hikaru first, second will be Caruana, third will go to Gukesh. And Amruta, I can actually make it very certain here. There must be rules, and we will see the tie breaks. Tie break for not the blitz tournament, we want tie break for the actual tournament. If 2 players share first place, there will be a playoff. That won't happen. That is done. The remaining players in this will also share prize money according to the below tie break, but they will share the prize
Direct
money.
encounter is the first one.
So that means
So for
Gukesh has beaten Anish Giri, and which means that he will be third. Gukesh is
so
surely
third.
third.
For sure.
No, it's only third.
Achha.
He cannot be anything else, because Nakamura is not going to lose this position in any way.
Right, and either of them are anyway there, because Caruana. No, if it was Caruana, then he had.
Yeah, if Caruana wins, then he would have finished second, but I don't see that in 2 pawns down position.
What if Caruana draws by chance?
Then also Hikaru has beaten Gukesh in their direct encounter, so He'll be
Correct.
third.
So Gukesh is coming third,
Third.
no matter what.
कितना पैसा मिलेगा? Very good
Correct.
question, Amruta, asked by our chat.
Correct.
Where to find prize money? Where is prize money, Amruta?
प्राइज मनी पैसे को पीछे जाती नहीं तो पता नहीं.
Here it is. Yes.
दिखा दिखा दिखा.
अभी इतना NOK 2,50,000. That is Norwegian what? Kroner.
Krona maybe.
Norwegian krona 2,50,000. Guys, please do the math. Remi means draw, guys. They win. 1 NOK is 8 rupees, Amruta.
अच्छा.
So if this is 8, then Gukesh will win 20 lakh rupees.
Wow.
20 lakh is okay.
No, it's wow. नहीं.
I feel like for the way he played,
हाँ मतलब of course.
it's a good amount. It's a good amount. 19 lakh 16,000. 20 lakh.
Tax भी तो जाएगा ना.
Tax will be 20.
नहीं 25%.
30%.
बाप रे.
But that's okay. Firefly says 20 lakh ज़्यादा है भाई.
हाँ मतलब I mean imagine no Gukesh. If he needs to
मुझे नहीं है ऐसे मेरा CTC उतना है. उसने एक मंथ में कमा लिया. एक मंथ नहीं भाई, 10 दिन में. एक महीना तो मत बोलो. अभी in that same month he is going to play Global Chess League जहाँ पे he will make even more money than this. So actually speaking, Gukesh makes right now, Amruta, I think
CTC मतलब
cost to the company मतलब what he उसको उतना पैसा मिलता है.
हाँ what were you saying?
Venkat Rangan says why Gukesh can't get second if Caruana wins. Because Caruana is 2 pawns down. I was saying that
Okay.
a player like Gukesh, who is just 17 years old,
Yeah.
is making really solid income. But I mean, I know it's an exception to the rule, but it also shows what potential chess has.
100%. Yes, absolutely. 10 years. I mean, it is all the life of your chess which is giving this money. No doubt about that. But that is the potential. That is very true.
Yeah.
But बहुत ही rare है. सब देख के inspire हो सकते
No, but,
हैं, but it's very
but
rare
I feel
for
like
how many
there are
for
several players who are earning well. For
Correct,
example,
correct. I mean, I'm talking about what is the population of India, for example, roughly 3 billion. Sorry, 7 billion is the total. 8 billion is the total population. India का कितना है?
हाँ, around 1.4 billion, I think.
Okay, उतना रहेगा suppose.
Yeah.
तो उसमें से imagine 5 of our top guys are able to make money in this manner with the age, let's say between 16 to 20, just let's say for example, or 17 to 19,
Yeah.
whatever. Only 5 out of those many. So yes, you can get inspired by them, but it's not necessary that I'm not discouraging. But
क्या ही अमृता दुख दे रही है सबको.
वो बिशप था ना. सबको लगेगा मैं
Here I am trying to make people take up chess by giving example of.
No, I want them to take up chess, but I like, you know, what generally people are like, can I make a living? And yes, you can make a living out of things, but if you're looking for luxurious living, that's another thing. If you are looking for simple living, that's another thing. So it all depends on what kind of living you are going for.
Yes, Amruta. By the way, let's see how many followers on Global Chess League Instagram page.
Yes.
We have crossed 850, guys.
Amazing.
The link in the pinned message, and then we are going to change it to Rakshit's message, which is to go to our Discord, which is going to get very active now. We are planning to make our Discord very, very interesting and exciting. Rakshit has created a bot. We are going to have more rooms. So we are actually replacing the pinned message now. You can go there and actually go to our Discord channel. Some amazing stuff is going to come up thanks to Rakshit now. We had...
Wow, we have Ketki in the chat. Sagar.
Ketki Kulkarni.
Yes.
What does she say?
Amruta, and she's laughing.
I think Ketki Kulkarni has a very young daughter. And Ketki, after what Amruta said, would you get inspired to put your daughter into chess or not?
Ketki is the author of Chess-Pa book, guys. So there she is.
Look, PRT has said it correctly. No, pre. It's like don't do anything for money, but you will surely make money if you are good at what you do. I agree, guys.
Exactly.
I agree very much. I agree that don't run after money, right? Money will follow you.
Okay.
Yes, Amruta. But in my life, I didn't run after money. Money did not follow me. You followed me.
But somebody said in the chat now that we are a couple like gold.
Yes.
So maybe, yeah.
Yes. That's what I'm rich.
Yeah, exactly. So 31 kgs of gold.
That's a lot of money.
Exactly. No, but I don't agree that money will follow you. Necessary nahi hai na. Money will follow you.
Look, people are saying Lakshmi to Lakshmi hoti hai, bhai. Nice. Hey, your name is Amruta, no?
I'm not changing it to Lakshmi. Oh God. I will show her Amruta's this speech and let her decide. Says Ketki.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Ketki. रक्षित सिंह से सक्सेस के पीछे मत भागो, एक्सेलेंस का पीछा करो, सक्सेस जक मार के तुम्हारे पीछे आएगी. बाबा रणछोड़ दास. Yeah, that is actually very true, guys. We may be joking right now, but it is very true because whenever you are, I'm going to write to Gukesh today for an interview tomorrow. And if you ask him how much money have you won, Gukesh, he would say I don't know, 100% almost. And if you ask him why didn't you play this move in Wesley's game, he will give like 2-minute answer because that's what he's interested in.
Absolutely.
So clearly even now they are not looking for money, but they have made. But guys, this is come after a period of great hard work and putting in a lot of effort.
Plus, this is not even the money which they are it's gonna stay. It's like they're gonna spend to learn chess more. They have a long way to go.
Yes.
If you want to become a world champion, you need to spend so much, the training and everything. So that's definitely.
Yes, I will go to GCL slides. By the way, Amruta.
Yes.
What was I saying? Gukesh's live rating is 2744.1.
Wow.
So can we go to GCL, Amruta? You can also sit with me and just get to know about the tournament a bit. And you know, when you are there, you have some jokes also to say.
Oh, you mean you will laugh at my jokes?
No, I won't laugh. Okay, by the way, the next team, we looked at the first team, which was, and I need your help a bit, guys. We looked at SG Alpine Warriors, which was the first team, which had Carlsen, Gukesh, Arjun, Elizabeth Pates, Irina Crush, and Pragnananda. And guys, you need to tell me which team is your favorite.
I don't think I think everybody will choose this one.
I also
there is
feel
Magnus Firstly, Magnus is there.
Okay, Magnus is a clear favorite in all icon players.
Doubt.
Because Amruta, look at, I have a slide here which shows all icon players together.
Oh, Vishy is also there. You have to show. Ding is so you have to. Yes, definitely you need to show.
It's like Amruta, there are 6 icon players.
And I think some misplacement there. Maybe it's right.
Sorry, this is 7 right now. So 6 icon players we have. Very nice.
I am not a GM. Yeah, got it. They would have got you for free.
Yes. Team, we can make Team Chess Base India. So clearly, each team has one icon. These are all 10 top players of the world, top 10 ranked players. I think in this, it goes without saying that Magnus is the favorite, correct?
Correct.
I mean, who is better than Magnus at rapid chess? So, clearly, this would be a big advantage to SG Alpine Warriors. If I asked you guys who would be number 2 here in the icon board, who would you choose?
I think currently, is at least for India, I think definitely Vichy playing is a big thing. Because we have not seen Vichy.
Look, Vichy playing is the big attraction of this tournament.
Yeah, Vichy. But Nepo also.
But if I had to be honest,
Ding.
Vichy would be rusty because he hasn't played chess. His last big tournament that he played was in November 22, if I'm not wrong, or October 22.
But because Vichy has also been working with these guys, like Gukesh and everybody, I mean, during trainings, so that way I guess he is going to be
possible. We can't discount it, but I
Yeah, we
feel
can't discount
that
it.
there are two players who are very good at rapid from this. One is MVL, who plays for Upgrad Mumba Masters, and the second one is Jan Krzysztof Duda. These two.
Oh.
But
Why not Ding? He's the world champion.
Ding is of course great, but a lot depends on his mood. A lot depends on his sort of jet lag, travel, all of these things. And happening in Dubai, I think is good for him.
Yeah,
Because the
correct.
time difference won't be huge. So actually Ding for sure.
Sudarshan says heart says Vichy, mind says Ding.
Okay.
Yeah.
So actually these are 6 great players on
Suniti
top
says
boards.
MVL team is strong because the women players are also very high rated.
Let's go to the team one by one. Yeah. So then we go to the next team, which is Balan Alaskan Knights. It is the owner of the team is S Balan Group. Punit Balan. Actually, they have a foundation called Punit Balan Foundation, and they have bought many teams in different sports.
Oh.
And their team manager is Abhijit Kunte, and this is the team they have. They have Nepo as the
Raja
icon player,
also. This is also
Raja and
cool.
Nadir Bek. Actually,
Wow.
their male players are pretty strong. If you
Yeah,
look at
in fact-
Gukesh and Arjun and
No,
Amruta-
Ronak is also there.
yeah. No, Ronak will remain on the junior board.
Acha, okay.
So that's forced. He has to be on 6. But they can shift between 2 and 3 at the start of the tournament. They can put Nadir Bek on 2 and Rajabo on 3. But once you fix who is 2, who is 3, they have to remain there.
That is
So if I go, this is a good. Actually, their rating average is close to 2600. I would say Tan Zongi is a very strong player.
Yeah, 100% agree.
Isn't she the current world rapid
No,
champion?
acha, rapid.
Yeah, I think she's the one. Tan Zongi is the current world rapid champion, guys.
Yeah.
If you can please check.
Yeah.
Nino Batsiashvili, I would say, is the small weak link in this team. Of course, she's very powerful, very strong player, a grandmaster, but her rating is 2358 in rapid. Raunak is a very strong player.
I don't think we will be able to compare that way because finally we have to see who are the other girls because the girls will not have that high rating anyway.
Right. So
So,
I have created this Amruta for you.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm smart, right? I'm good.
absolutely.
So here we have the teams of all the women players, and if we had to see the Ganges Grandmasters have Hoyifan and Bella, Katrina Lagno and Nana Zagnidze for Triveni Continental Knights, Koneru Hampi and Harika Dronawali for Mumba Upgrad Masters,
Oh, they have both Indians
Yes.
in one team.
SG Alpine Warriors have Pates and Crush. Chingari Gulf Titans have Koschenyuk and Polina Shuvalova. And Balan Alaskan Knights have Nino Batsiashvili and Tan Zongi.
I think Paulina and Koschinuk and Hampi, Harika. Actually, they're all
I
quite
think there are
strong,
two
yeah?
teams, I feel,
Yeah,
Amruta, in this, who are very strong in this format. Which ones would those be? Guys, can you tell me which, if you also think? Two teams, I think. Mumba women players are good. Smith, I think I agree. Mumba Masters on the right, Hampi and
Yes.
Harika. I would choose one team because they both are very solid, very strong players. But one more team.
I think Koschinuk and Paulina is definitely very strong.
Yes, I will vote on the Discord channel, Rakshit. After this, we will go there. We'll show it to our viewers. Exactly.
Paulina and
Chess
Caution.
codes. I take this.
Which one?
Chingari Gulf Titans.
Yeah.
Chingari Gulf
that's what,
Titans.
Paulina and Caution.
Right. I think the ones in yellow and orange, Koschenyuk and Polina Shuvalova is a very, very balanced team. I think Shuvalova is a very underrated young player. She's very strong. Lagno and Zagnidze also, Amruta. I think Lagno is very strong. Zagnidze on her day can be very powerful, but she also makes blunders. Yeah, like she does go wrong many times. So if she is in good form, that would be a strong team.
Same with I think Yufan, because she's not a very regular
But in
player.
Yufan, I think also
rusty.
Bella is not.
No, Bella is playing well, no, now.
She's good. She's good. No, you can have.
No, you may not.
So let's go to the next team, Amruta. The next team here is Triveni Continental Knights. And by the way, I was just writing about Triveni. This is Dhruv Sahni. I was actually researching about him. He is the MD of Triveni Group. And his achievements are unbelievable. If you Google about Dhruv Sahni, what a guy, I mean, what a person he is. He's achieved so much. And also a very big company. Their team is filled with Chinese players. And in fact, they didn't have a coach in the team. I mean, just like how Abhijit is part of one team, Barua. He did all the selection himself.
Oh.
And
he's interested in chess.
He's interested in chess.
Be interested in chess.
And he today it was got to know that Luke Van Veli is maybe the coach of the team.
Oh, okay, interesting.
It's a Chinese team.
Wow.
With Ding, Wei and Yu Yangi.
This is quite a powerful team actually. Jonas Balbere.
Jonas Bier is actually a talented youngster, but I would say amongst the juniors, perhaps he's the weakest.
Got it.
Because you have Prag, Raunak, Nihal, Sindarov, and I think one more guy, and they are definitely very strong. But I would say that this team has very high rating average, 2.6, 2.7. So pretty good team here.
Let's go to the next one.
This is Upgrad Mumba Masters. And can anyone recognize who is this person here? Amruta, can you recognize?
Srinath. Yeah.
Above him. Srinath everyone knows in the chess world. But of course the guy above him is more famous. Can anyone tell? This is Upgrad Mumba Masters.
Screwwala.
Ronnie Screwwala. Very famous person. He's also the founder of Upgrad, which is actually a website that gives you, I think it's about jobs and life skills.
Okay.
And their team is, I think, again, I would say one of the best teams. Because NVL very
really?
Powerful. We have Vidit,
Humpy, Harika, Vidit in one team, yeah? That's nice.
There is Humpy, Harika and Sindarov also.
Oh.
And Sindarov, I would put Sindarov in the same category as Prag Nihal.
Yes.
I think he's very good.
Completely agree.
So this team feels very rounded. And Vidit right now actually is in good form because he beat Swidler. And today, Amruta, very interestingly, it was Vidit versus MVL in French League. Yeah. So top French League is going on. Yesterday, Vidit drew against Ivan Šarić. And today, what did he do? French. He drew against MVL. So that's a good result.
But can you show that?
Let's go to the next team.
दिख ही नहीं रहा है ना किसी को तो.
Siddharth says Sony was the president of All India Chess Federation for 12 years. Oh, nice. That good find, Siddharth. Very good.
Sone?
Dhruv Sawhney.
Oh,
We were talking about
what? Really?
Ganges Master. I think I was still doing research on this. So I am not yet aware of their team owner very well. The name of the team owner is Kailash Kandpal. Guys, you can do the research. Kailash Kandpal. And the team manager is Praveen Thipseji. And this is their team, Ganges Grandmasters. You have Vishy. Richard Rapport, fresh from his...
Ding. But Ding and Richard should have been in one team, you know?
Yeah.
That now they're not in one team.
Rakshit says Ganges Grandmasters have the most on our Discord poll. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because Richard, Vishy, who you fan, Bella also.
But I think Dominguez is a very solid GM.
Yeah.
But also doesn't play too much. He's a very interesting solid team. But I think this team has, in terms of age, perhaps it has the highest, right? Because Vishy is the oldest player in this league. But they have Ho Yifan, and I think that's a big trump card to have because Yifan is clearly the strongest player on the planet right now, active female player. But of course, she doesn't play so much.
Correct.
And Bella is okay. She's a strong player, but not clearly the strongest. And Esipenko is a good junior to have.
Absolutely.
Their rating average is actually the highest until now.
Really?
2639.
My goodness.
Next, did anyone do research on the team owner here? No, I think no one.
No one knows, huh?
Yeah, maybe we'll do that research later. This is Chingari Gulf Titans. Chingari is another
CEO of Kotak Sporting Arm, but I'm not sure is he talking about
Kotak Sporting Arm. This one is Sumit Chingari. It's a group, Chingari group, and their team manager is Swapnil Dhopade. Swapnil's team is Duda. Actually, Mamediyaro, it's like having two icons.
Man. Look at this, because they're all like crazy on chessboard.
Exactly.
Duda, Nihal, Daniel, Mamediyaro. I like this team.
I would really
like this team.
If I had to choose between two teams, I would either go for Upgrade Mumba or this one, Chingari Gulf Titans. Upgrade Mumba Masters or Chingari Gulf Titans.
Upgrade Mumbai is Magnus' team?
No. Harika Hampi.
Got it.
Vidit MVL. Grishchuk.
No, I think in general the favorite for everybody is where Magnus and Gukesh and everybody is there. Like the team has happened that way.
I know everyone would love that team, but as someone said, it would be like the RCB team.
Exactly.
Very nice team, but will not be able to win it.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, very sharp team.
Not sure about that.
So Amruta, here's this. I would say clearly as SG Alpine Warriors have done well here.
Yeah.
If we have to look at these two boards of the men, which they can actually interchange. Someone can go on 2, someone can go on 3. I would say that actually the strongest one here, not easy, no?
Strongest one here, yeah? I think...
I would put SG Alpine Warriors with Gukesh and Arjun. What do you do?
Gukesh and Arjun, yes. And I guess maybe I'm not sure between Chingari and Balan. Maybe Chingari. But Naderbeg and Raja is also quite strong. But maybe Chingari, because
Chingari is Mamediyaro Dubo. I think Mamediyaro for sure. Dubo, I'm not so sure how strong he would play, but maybe yes.
In fact, I'm sure about Dubo. Not sure about Mamediyaro. But he's played really well here. I mean, the point about these players is they are about that tournament, how they are doing. If they're doing really good, then it is
Yeah.
something which they are very powerful that way.
Correct.
And both are a similar style. ऐसा भी नहीं है. So that way.
Chris Kane says, why is AG missing? Yeah, actually,
Yeah, definitely.
we would have loved to have AG here. In fact, I was talking to him, and he has had many tournaments in a row. He's played like 5 events in a row, so he needs a break. Otherwise, he would have played it. Also, traveling to Dubai, which is pretty far, for many of them. So, this is here, and then if we have to choose between the women, we just did that.
Kailash is CEO of Insurecot Sports.
Insurecot Sports Private Limited. Yeah, I don't know exactly them. I have to do bit more research on them. But
Oh,
Amruta,
it's 12 o'clock, by the way. Happy birthday.
too.
जिसका भी रहेगा. New day, happy new day.
Who would you choose as the strongest junior player of these 6, Amruta? So there is Nihal, Prag, Esipenko.
But rating would say it all, right? I think Prague is the
No.
highest rated.
No,
for
you
sure.
can't. No, highest rated is, I think, Esipenko. But clearly, rapid rating you can't go on.
Yeah, for Blitz, I mean Nihal definitely very strong.
Prague,
for
I would say Prague.
Prague, rapid.
Rapid is Prague, no?
Yeah. But very,
Pragnonanda.
they're all once again.
I would put Prague number 1, Nihal at number 2. If it was Blitz, I would have put Nihal on number 1.
Correct.
So Prague number 1, Nihal number 2, Esipenko number 3, Sindaro number 4, Raunak number 5, and Jonas number 6. That's how I would think.
Yeah. Maybe fourth Ronak for me and then fifth Sindaro. Depends on Sindaro again. Because if Ronak beat shot in a way right now, if he's in that form,
Yeah.
then again definitely.
But that he dominated in Blitz
Correct.
basically. That was a big. Of
Yeah.
course, he beat him in other formats also, but Blitz he was unstoppable. So guys, this is just the rough. Not the rough, but this is what we did with this event, Global Chess League. It's starting from 21st of June, and it'll be very exciting. There are a few updates of this event which are amazing, which is I would be going to Dubai for commentating along with Samay also being there. So that's a huge thing for us. And also there will be other things that will be coming up, which I will inform. Rakshit has put up something on the Discord group. Let's see if we can.
TRT says as much as the chess, really looking forward to how it's going to be broadcasted.
Yes, they have
Yes,
Sportsworks as the broadcaster here. So Sportsworks is a very famous production company for other sports, and Global Chess League. Here is vote for your favorite team here. Actually, Amruta, let's vote together. Which team would you vote for?
Magnus,
There is
Gukesh,
a
Prague.
vote. Just click on the option.
Chingari, no? What is the name of the team? No, Alpine.
You would go with this Alpine, yeah? So please go and vote. Because I am going to vote for Chingari, Gulf Titans, or Mumbai Masters. I don't know. Let's do it. Chingari, Gulf Titans.
Maybe it's just trying to be a little different, right? Because clearly the team which is strong is Alpine.
How do I... here. I need
Look,
to...
if Magnus is in form, if Gukesh is in form, if Prague is in form, then they are all unbeatable.
Yes, but there are other players also, right? There are not only 3 players in the team. There are 6 players.
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah, this
Yeah,
is...
but Vishy's team is which one?
Vichy Ganges Grandmasters.
Rating wise, which is the highest team actually?
Ganges Grandmasters, I think.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, yeah, I will make that thing also nicely, Amruta. This
Got
is
it, you can do it
2628.
around.
This is 2639. Ganges Grandmaster. It's 2610. This is 2627. Yeah, so Ganges Grandmaster has the highest. In fact, the lowest average is of this team with Magnus, which is very surprising. You know, when you have Magnus in the team, you want your average to be the highest, but it's actually the lowest because of Gukesh and also Elizabeth Pates and Irina Krush. Both are almost below 2400.
That way you're saying. Okay, interesting. So your prediction is about who will win. Okay.
So the format is 15 minutes plus 10-second increment. 6 players per team. They will play against all teams 2 times. So it will be double round robin. And the top 2 teams will reach the finals. And then it will be there. I think there's no semi-finals. It's directly finals. That's what I know.
Got it.
Arjun, yes. Arjun is, I think, one of the strongest rapid players in the world. He finished 4th in World Rapid Championship.
By the way, Shashank says Irina Krush is a legend. Why are they taking her lightly in Alpine Warriors? Shashank says in Kasparov versus the World, she was the one who came with the most brilliant ideas versus Kasparov.
Yes, I believe she was very strong a few years ago, but I'm not sure how strong she is now because it's possible, and maybe she's still very sharp, but age does play a role in chess. Yes, all board 1s will play board 1s in this, Amruta. Board 2 will play all board 2s, but you can put Gukesh on board 2 or you can put Arjun on board 2 at the start of the tournament. Once you fix someone on board 2, they will play throughout board 2.
Correct.
Then that way, and Elizabeth Pates and Irina Krush, they can shift between them on board 4 and 5, but once you fix that, that would also remain the same.
Got it.
Yeah, so that's
Nice. Thanks, Sagar. That was a great update. मजा ही आ गया. बहुत कुछ पता चला. And you're gonna make the video. Double हो गया ना तुम्हारे लिए तो.
I got some more news, some more info from chat. Always nice to discuss with chat. Tomorrow morning I will make a video as well as an article on this, and then people can know more about Global Chess League by Tech Mahindra. Very happy that this is happening. I believe the prize fund is 1 million USD, which is a total of 8.2 crores.
Oh.
So that's the prize money, plus all the players have been paid pretty good fee there, and I think they've spent a lot of money, Amruta, close to maybe 30-40 crores to make this happen, which is actually huge for chess.
Absolutely, because if it can, try to even like Kabaddi League became famous, IPL,
Yes.
so obviously cricket, no doubt about it. But there are other leagues which are becoming famous, so that would be great for chess. Yes, Anand P says it right. Rubers and Vaishali is missing. Divya also, I think.
Vantika,
Quite a lot
Savita.
of-
Actually,
quite a lot
Amruta, what
Matlab, I think here also maybe, but I think that it's a global league. Yeah, it's not a Indian league. So
Yes.
that is also
No, but
important that there are so many other people who are looking at so many top players.
No, there is no junior girl board. That is the thing.
Ah.
Otherwise, all these girls might have gotten a chance.
But why there is no then? Okay,
Yeah.
that way. Okay, got it.
Manasvi
Gukesh
says Gukesh had such an incredible Norway chess. Excited for Sagar Bhai's future interview of Gukesh. He brings out Gukesh's lighter side. In fact, this time Amruta and I might do it together. This interview, we may do this one together, especially because
First,
Amruta
Gukesh
has.
should be free.
We'll ask him. He will be busy with Dubai tournament, but I think that is after 10 days. So I don't know if he's playing something in between. But we know Gukesh, he makes use of every single day. So he might be playing something in between. Why is this tournament not happening in India? Chess Script asks. Very good question. Actually, I also feel it should have happened in India. But well, they wanted to do it in Dubai. So that's how it is.
Maybe not many players, I think, would not travel to, India. Traveling to India is kind of not easy for.
But Amruta, everyone traveled for the Olympiad. I think
Yeah, that
if a
wasn't
good
easy.
tournament happens
Hmm.
and if there is a good money at stake, I'm sure people will travel. So
Hmm.
I mean,
Got it.
if you look at it, all the owners are Indians, all the team managers are Indians.
So to give a global effect, they need to, like, if this has to be a global event,
Yeah.
you need to have some, mix up things.
Yes.
It's always.
Well, okay. I mean, Dubai is a nice place, of course.
Yes.
And they are going to do it at the Dubai Chess and Culture Club, which is one of the most beautiful structures
Yeah.
in the world. It is in the shape
Hathi.
of a rook.
Yes.
Which team do you think is going to win? Yeah, I'm going to put up the thing tomorrow, Amruta, on our channel, and then we'll
Yes.
ask more people to vote.
Maza aaya. Guys, hope you are all excited for this. How many of you are going to be watching this like full time, not missing it at all? So, batao jara.
Saran Srinivas says, expecting your great articulation about Guki's Norway chess performance in community post tomorrow. Yeah, also, guys, go to newsletter.chessbase.in where you can sign up for our newsletter that comes every Saturday. I think I'll write about Gukesh there. Also, Amruta, does it feel to you that Gukesh has actually surpassed all expectations and is just simply doing unbelievable? Because I felt when Gukesh crossed 2700 that it would take him quite some time to cross 2750. He was at that point, I think, 15 years and 8 months old when he crossed 2700, and now he's just turned 17, which is in 1 year and like few months he has crossed 27, almost come close to crossing 2750.
No, absolutely right. I mean, and the way we were looking at his games here, ऐसा लगा ही नहीं कि we are looking at some 17-year-old guy who is not still that experienced of playing these kind of classical events. It was like, oh, Armageddon Gukesh is just beating one after the other, and it was like Gukesh was the favorite. How much ever the other beat higher rated or experienced, that kind of a thing. So I think Gukesh has definitely stunned us in terms of the speed of like this tournament. He is finishing third ahead of Carlsen and so many good players there. So even with Carlsen, he was just right there. He was not even like losing just like that with Carlsen. So that was another thing. Like Gukesh is just has got himself in the herd. If there's a herd and you're trying to get into that, he has successfully got himself, and I don't doubt about the invitations he will get after this tournament.
I feel
the world is
from
watching.
2021 and 22, if it was Prague who made a big impact through his performances in Champions Chess Tour, because he took on the best players in the world, beat Magnus
Correct.
5 times. Then I think 2023 is where Gukesh is shining. Everyone's talking about Gukesh.
Yeah, because classical chess is like Gukesh's strength was classical chess as such, and now that is showing when he's traveling.
And that's the beauty of Indian chess, guys, that we have so many youngsters, and in fact
they're all having different styles, also expertise in different style, and they all eventually are going to be there.
Yes.
It just the path might be thoda bahut here and there, the speed might be different, but eventually everybody is going to be there.
And sure. I must also tell you about Arjun, because Amruta, this guy is so amazing. He was playing in Dubai. He realized that, oh my god, I might not be able to make it for the World Cup, because World Cup qualification spot is gone to Prague because he's Asian champion. I think other players, maybe Vidit gets perhaps the wild card, perhaps that is there. Arvind is the national champion, so there was no spot for him. So he says that I have to go and play Asian Continental and finish in top 5 to get this spot for World Cup. But he he had to miss one round in order to play it, because he was not Dubai. He had to finish.
Right.
So he missed
Oh,
the
that is
first round.
crazy.
Then he goes there, reaches Kazakhstan.
Wow.
He has played Sharjah, he's played Dubai, and then he plays this. He wins first 4 rounds, so he's 4 out of 5, and then he draws 2 more games, and he's right now on 5 out of 7. He's gaining 1 elo point, but I think he has great chances of finishing in top 5 and going into the World Cup with missing one round.
Brilliant, no? Crazy.
I think it's just
What a story.
phenomenal.
I think Arjun has his own way of inspiring, which is so different. Where you think like, "Nee, abhi koi chance nahi hai," and then he does something which is stunning. So he is that, you see that passion in him.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody has it in different ways, and they express it in different ways. Saran says, for information, Guki worst accuracy out of 9 games in classical is 94.2. His accuracy has gone to another level in classical formats, which is outstanding at this age. Yeah, if that is his worst accuracy, then kya hi bole.
Everyone was talking about Gukesh's age being a big asset because he's 17 while everyone else is a little elder to him. I used to think that it's not a big deal, Amruta. Age, if you're 17, 18, 19, how does it matter?
Matters no. In chess every few months. Maybe till
Yeah.
18, 19 it might not matter. Still, maybe till 20 also. But uske baad to it matters. After 20, you have to be really focused. Now is the critical time also.
And I think we were also lucky, Amruta, to host him here at home.
Correct.
And also do a video course.
Yeah, now his calendar is super full, and it's.
I remember this is the way it happened. I wrote to Gukesh saying that we have launched our studio, and I want to record a video course with you. Whenever you have time in your calendar in this year, please tell me. And Gukesh wrote back immediately and said, what about day after tomorrow? And I was like, what? I have to set up things. And I thought to myself, but this was such a big gesture from Gukesh. And then we recorded this, and we then launched it, which is Attack Like a Super GM.
Oh,
with
by
Gukesh.
the way, and you may not remember, but that night you recorded, and he was preparing for the next day for recording. It was already very late, okay, maybe 3 a.m. or maybe 3:30 a.m. or something. And while talking, you actually fell asleep. So you see that, and then we played bullet, not even bullet, where I had bullet time, but he used to have very less seconds, like 15 seconds and 10 seconds.
Maybe
and then we
it's
played
the right time, to publish some videos tomorrow.
And then one game he crushed me. That was like, and I was like, oh no! Obviously he's going to crush me, but that game was like, we should definitely put some of the games how he beat me.
Shubham Agarwal says, do you pay back Gukesh for this? Yes, for sure. There is an author's royalty that he gets for every video course that is sold. So he gets a part of it. So that's why if you do buy this, he will of course also make money out of this.
Preksha Super Chat.
The link is in the description, second link. Yeah.
Hey, did Gukesh beat Wesley in FIDE circuit? Can you explain us the FIDE circuit concept?
Yeah, very interesting question actually,
मेरे
Preksha.
को तो ज़्यादा FIDE circuit के बारे में पता नहीं है.
So FIDE circuit is basically FIDE's way of saying that one spot in the candidates will go through FIDE circuit, which means that various tournaments, if you do well, you get points.
Okay.
Earlier, how was it? FIDE Grand Prix. So there were only selected tournaments, which are the Grand Prix, where you play well, you get points, and then the top 2 finishers make it to the candidates. Here it's like you play the Norway Chess, you play Vaikanze, you play WR
so
Masters.
Is this a part of FIDE circuit?
Of course. Of course. So Gukesh will get some points, like 10 points more, and I believe he will surpass. I don't know where to check FIDE circuit standings.
People will help you, no? They will tell us.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, there it is. FIDE circuit they have. So right now Wesley So had 30.8 and Gukesh was
Maybe
on
we
number
can,
6. We can,
just copy this to that window. No?
yeah, maybe I can do it this way.
No, I mean, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it should be fine. So FIDE circuit, Wesley saw on 30.8, and I think they have also given this nice little drop down, it seems. Yeah, WR Masters he got 14.6, Tata Steel he got 16.2. Because Tata
Wesley
Steel
will also
was,
get over here in
you see
Norway.
Amruta, this was 2770, which is the rating average. So even though he finished 4th in both,
Oh,
he
he
got
got
more
16.
points here. But if you look at Gukesh here, he has only got WR Masters.
Tata Steel, I think he did not get.
He did not get points. So now with this performance, I'm sure he will, because the rating average of Norway Chess would be close to 2770 also. So he finished 3rd. So he will actually maybe even leapfrog Wesley and Anish. But Anish is doing the best actually.
Yeah,
Because
Anish is
Anish
doing
might
really
also
well.
finish top. He finished first in
Tata
Tata
also,
Steel. He got
yeah.
27 points.
Wow.
That was huge. And 2 points for WR Masters.
Amazing.
But I'm surprised that Gukesh only has one year because I
Tata
remember
Steel-
Amruta he got FIDE points even in these other events.
Okay.
No, I think these are old. Yeah, this is old one.
Yeah, maybe they're
Preksha.
not updated.
Yeah, exactly. This is old
But
one.
that is cool. That is cool.
Where to find the latest one?
Magnus Armageddon किसके साथ है?
Dirbek.
Got it. Gukesh also got
Amruta,
in
we got,
Menorca.
Amruta, no, we got it. We got the updated one.
Obviously Gukesh will fast forward Wesley. Sorry, fast forward क्या यार? over.
I think we should have instead of my screenshot.
Exactly, Sagar. But you can do it already. The screen is set ना there.
Where?
वही use कर लो.
नहीं ठीक है ये. Yeah, this one is the updated one, guys. Got it. So 56 for Wesley. He has 4 tournaments: Tata Steel, WR, Superbet, and but look at Gukesh what he has played: WR, Menorca, Sigaman,
Wow.
Sharjah. Actually, Amruta, Arjun is not too far behind, yeah, with Sharjah and Dubai.
Plus, right now Asian, I don't know if it is a.
Not valid, it says.
Oh, Dubai's 13 points are not valid. Maybe it was not a part. Magnus is on 32.
Magnus क्या ही करेगा ये points का?
हाँ, exactly. That's what.
Savian is gone quite up, 40 points. But I think Amruta
So
with this,
Gukesh
Gukesh is actually ahead of Anish.
In fact, Gukesh will, I guess, he will overtake Wesley. Abdus Sagar is going to win with Carlsen in Armageddon. Okay.
Ah, really? Should we look at the game and then we go to sleep?
Yeah, I have to. Yeah, maybe just have a look. How long?
You are tired, huh?
No, you can have a look.
Oh no, Dirbek is black, so he's holding.
Oh,
his.
that way he's beating.
Yeah.
What is happening to Anish's game? He was winning. Oh, भाई ये तो हिला ही नहीं है क्या अभी तक?
There, he's back.
दुख भरी कहानी. Oh my god! But what is this?
Oh, he
Rook
blundered
G2?
with Rook E8. He blundered.
Oh,
He missed this.
Yes, Anish. Oh my God.
Anish would be so.
Because he was like.
He was better for sure.
Yeah.
But okay, I mean, Shaq was back. So that means Anish will not finish on the same score as Gukesh.
But not yet sure, because in time pressure still Anish is pressing with opposite
Possible.
colored bishop.
But
that bishop
Nakamura
also-
is converting it.
Yeah, Nakamura is converting. Quite hard luck in terms of the way Caruana had to face the last round. I mean, that one move and then it just gone.
Yeah.
It's like sometimes you're so blunt and then it hurts somebody.
When was the last time an Indian played candidates? Asks Rakshit. A very good question actually.
Vishy, no.
But when?
Moscow.
2016
Moscow 2016
was the last.
was the last, yeah?
Which we attended.
Yeah. उसके बाद नहीं
उसके बाद no Indian has qualified to the candidates. So it's been 7 years now.
Oh my God, that Moscow.
That Moscow candidates was just amazing because Amruta and I went to play Aeroflot Open. Then we stayed back for this candidates and we stayed at a place which was like 1 hour away.
Yeah, it was.
And we would change 2 trains.
And
in
the trains,
Moscow,
everything was,
in
unreadable.
Russian.
Yeah.
and we would reach there and it used to be super cold.
At night, we used to be walking around 1 a.m., 12 to 1 a.m.
After finishing all the work, we would come back at 1 a.m. And Vishy played well actually. He finished 4th there. He had realistic chances.
Yeah, exactly. Before last round, there were really good chances.
So, Moscow story you told in the stand-up, yeah. No, vodka.
No, that Moscow was different.
This was
that
Amruta,
one was
this was the
Tal
vodka
Memorial.
one. Vodka, no, it was this only. Remember,
Memorial.
closing
Achha,
ceremony. Beluga vodka.
Oh yeah, of course.
It was this one.
So Magnus's game is also going towards a draw with White. He's saying Hikaru is winning against Fabiano.
Hikaru winning Norway Chess is seriously a big result, I would say, Amruta. I think Hikaru was not winning so many tournaments when he was playing just chess. But since he started streaming, he has started winning so many events. In fact, he was very close to even qualifying for World Championship. If he had just held Ding Liren in the last round, today Ding might not have been the world champion. Hikaru might have been.
Correct.
So it is a big lesson for all of us that actually if you are in a good mindset, you can do very well rather than just practicing every day. It's also about how you practice, not just what you practice.
Exactly. Very, very well said. थोड़ा बैलेंस होना पड़ेगा.
Hikaru would have lost against Yan, says. Yeah, maybe. Maybe Rahul. Possible.
What made Hikaru get more interested in classical chess? Asks Arini.
I think the ability to make more content, perhaps, no?
For sure. Maybe. But also, he is everyday streaming and you're so much in touch with chess because in streaming he's also playing chess. And when you're talking loudly, sometimes you also understand your own weaknesses more than, at other times. So it's definitely deeper than how it seems. And I agree with him, with Sagar, that it's important that if the mindset is good.
No, I mean Magnus can't
Magnus
win this.
तो can't win this. Anish का हो गया क्या draw? Yeah, it's ended in a draw.
So that means
And Nakamura is
Gukesh is
finishing.
sole third.
अच्छा, you mean joint third भी नहीं है. Got it. Anish drew. Gukesh podium finish. Oh, Gukesh OP one more time. कर ही लेता है ना?
ठीक है, I'll write to Gukesh and we'll figure out a time. Guys, should we do interview with him on live stream or should we do it on recorded video? What would you suggest?
I think recorded, no, because many people can watch it later. Live stream, many people won't watch it later. Rakshit says recorded.
I'm actually surprised that some are saying recorded because I would have thought everyone would have said live.
Actually, you should do a poll right now.
We'll ask, but first Gukesh if he's
recorded.
Raghav says record में ज़्यादा पैसा है.
Live stream shorter clips later. Live stream करना shorter clips later says Manasvi.
That's possible.
Do it live and edit later. But one of the advantage in recorded is also that you are up to the point. No, that is actually.
We can let also people interact because they will have lot. I think we'll make a community post.
We have another idea also.
And then take questions from people. Yeah, that's how it does. Gukesh will say no if Sagar asks for it. Yeah, possible. No is always a possibility. Just like how I couldn't get an interview with Ding after his world championship. I thought it would be possible. That never happened. So it is. It can be. Things may not work out. But okay. Chances are there. Oh, Magnus winning.
What?
Amruta.
क्या?
मैग्नस कार्लसन को तुम अंडर एस्टिमेट ना करो.
What are you saying? Oh, the theoretical.
Oh no. He won.
My God, Nordirbek.
So Magnus actually wins. Okay.
Chalo.
Take care, guys. See you. Good night. Hikaru will win the Norway Chess. Second place to Caruana and third to Gukesh. I was not going to stream today, but Amruta, you brought me on for like 10 minutes and then I stayed back for 3 hours, I think.
Ah, nice. Everybody was missing you, so I'm so glad you came.
But guys, let's have Amruta OP.
No, Gukesh
because
OP,
you,
that's
no,
it.
of course, Gukesh OP we
That's
did.
it,
but
it.
you
That's it, Sagar,
did full commentary for 9 days. How was your experience doing alone almost throughout?
I think it was great. The chat was very nice. They were all quite active, answering. We learnt a lot. And Gukesh's games are very complicated, so some of the moments were very complex. I'm like, I'm not understanding this moment, but we all analyzed deeply and they were all there patiently. So definitely thanks to the chat why it all happened.
Yeah,
and I guess
you.
the first few days were a little bit not the best experience for them because OBS was crashing. Once the internet guy came,
you fixed the internet.
We thought the problem is OBS. That was the problem.
Nice.
So with OBS we were not able to solve. क्योंकि problem solve करने जा रहे वो problem ही नहीं है. Problem कुछ और ही है.
Yeah.
So.
By the way, that game of Magnus ended in a draw.
What?
Yeah. Magnus drew. I think.
Oh, Fortress. Maybe computer doesn't understand. Yeah, Magnus blundered again.
Magnus was winning here for sure, but then he pushed this pawn.
Oh, that means actually Magnus lost. No, draw
Yeah.
matlab.
Yeah, he lost.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for
and
all the.
Shravan Kumar has been very persistent. कितना भी time हो जाए stream के end में he will say कि bullet खेलोगे क्या? And I'm like, Shravan, I'm already dead after this long commentary. So yeah. But thank you guys. मजा आया. Okay.
Thank
Cool.
you. Bye.
Bye and have a very happy day.
Sunday.
Oh, Sunday.